Hi, hi, Jasmine. Hi, Kristen. Babies are okay. We are get their feeding on. How are you? Twitchies and YouTubers, I will come check on you once I'm done feeding these guys. I will say, y'all, MySpace is surviving out of space. It's the only thing I can explain it. I truly don't know how MySpace is still alive. Which is kind of funny because isn't MySpace kind of still alive? Yeah. MySpace is the new Mal. So bought the screen, share the live. Once we get to 10K, we'll write up the first, I guess, opposition. Hi, Tia. I see Tech Cat here. I think I see Erica. We do have to be cautious today. We've had a lot of bananas today. Thank you guys for questioning that.
Hey, do you hear music?
I hear music? No.
Yeah. Oh, okay. It's weird. I can hear the music that I was listening to. It's weird. Good job, guys, on crushing that goal. You're amazing. Okay. Hey, hello, cute cat.
How's your day
So,
going?
it's going fine. It's going okay. I hate my coworkers. I hate them so much. Just saying. But I did record a video about the new budget bill that just passed yesterday and how like the Dems need to like be loud about it because it's really
Mm-hmm.
gonna screw over Americans. And guess what
Yeah.
I did?
What? You deleted it.
Deleted it three
Oh,
times. Three times. I was like, why do I keep deleting this video? Why am I deleting it? And it's because of how I was pressing the stop button.
oof.
Yeah.
The way that Vine keeps like just jumping into everyone else's little playpen.
Well,
I
Vine
heard
was
MySpace
popular.
I heard MySpace screaming and I was like, what is happening? And it's because there was a little collapse over there. So I covered them with a blanket. So there was a collapse in the fortress.
I feel like this represents something.
What?
I don't know. Social media and like the collapse of Vine and then how MySpace went away. Is there going to be a FB and an Instagram?
No, we only have three of them.
Listen, the music that I was playing is still playing in my ear. It's the most hilarious thing. So, like, Aretha Franklin's Daydreaming is playing right now.
They said that you guys listen to music.
I do it to help me focus
Yeah.
because without it, I can't. Wanna be what he wants when he wants me, whatever. All right. How's your day?
Lame.
What's that face for?
I'm just tired. I'm tired.
Oh, you need a nap?
Now Now I'm three shows in, 3 shows a day,
Oh, you are doing 3 shows a day. You need a nap.
and mine is the only one that doesn't go anywhere.
That's a
I might just
lie.
cancel this shit.
Don't do that. You can't. You're not supposed to hear it, Tiana.
What's the
It's not
point?
supposed to be playing. Hold on one moment. Stop. Wait, I don't know how to stop it.
You just stop being into
There we
MySpace.
go. Who's Mike? Welcome, Mike Raid. I don't know who Mike is. Aline, do you know who Mike is? So,
Our
Jasmine, you did
Mike?
hear it? Who's Mike Mike?
I have a goon Mike.
Oh, he's a goon. Welcome in, Mike. The goons are always welcome.
Maybe I'll just be a co-hoster.
Mm-mm. No. Do you want honest feedback in front of 111 people, or let me just tell you in the Discord?
I don't like the sound of that.
Can I explain the prompt? No. I can, but I won't. That's Alina's job. She's the
You didn't
host.
tell me to change my hair color?
Mm-mm. I like your hair color. I think your hair color is really pretty. It's like I don't even know how you keep it so vibrant.
Oh,
Like
it's never going away.
I would literally walk around looking like crap if I had actually like colored hair because the roots would be all black and like the color would be faded because I'm just that person. You do a good job.
Thanks. Um,
You wish I had unhealthy hair. Oh, it's Mancini. He's not important.
oh, yeah. He's third today. I don't really feel like talking to him.
He's a weirdo. They are so confused by your background. I love it. I can't wait for you to explain it to them all.
Yeah.
They're like, am I supposed to hate women? Is this am I supposed to hate women? What is this? All right, let me do this.
Maybe I need to like
Mm-hmm.
just take a week off.
No, well, for your mental health,
No, just for like, I don't know.
then no. If you would have said yes, I'd be like, yes, do that. But if not, then no, don't do that. Like, you got your core audience who definitely enjoy everything that you do and they support, and then like the other people come in and you gain followers and all
I
that
mean,
good stuff.
some of them are here. Most of them are not.
They're coming.
No, they're in other people's lives that are in my time slot.
Oh, fudge sickles. Fudge and the
So
sickles.
like maybe if I take a week off, people will stop taking my time slot and be like, oh, maybe I'll just take someone else's time slot. I'm like, come back.
Like, pow, did you miss me?
But I am paying
That,
attention to who's here.
hmm.
Speaking of that, Kiara, where are you?
Yes, Kiara.
I got
Well,
my ass
Kiara
ups early today.
has the milkworm. There is someone in
I
the
have 7 milkworms.
that is true. That is true. 7, that's a lot. Jesus. Actually, Hazy Witch makes a good point. They made a good point. They would think that you gave it to them, the time slot.
I mean, I kind of already did if nobody's here.
I don't know. I know I can sometimes do like 300 and I think that's good. And then like if I get like a steady 2, I'm like, "Yay!" I am one of those people, aren't I? I'm just happy you're here. Make it stop. The other night we had like 40 people for a good like 10 minutes and I was like, "Oh, fuck this." I said, "I'll go take a nap."
No, well, for real. I'll go take a nap.
I'll go take a nap. As much as I be needing a nap too, I will go take a nap. It's
I'm
too
not gonna lie,
funny.
I'm kind of looking forward to the app going away.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
Why sugar plum?
Um, things are different in other spaces.
A lot has happened, that's why.
A lot of people wouldn't aren't gonna get away with the stuff they get away with here in other spaces.
Oh well, yeah. And I wonder, like over on Twitch, is it the same type of like networking that you have to do over on like Twitch?
No, I think
Like,
it's pretty siloed.
oh, okay, same for YouTube also. Like you
Hmm.
just have your core. I swear, if I have to go back to Facebook, guys,
I see that someone
trust.
extended their subscription, but it didn't show me the name. But thank you so much.
Oh, yay! Drop some W's. Hassan Piker? That Hassan? Kiara? I used to like him.
Maybe,
I don't like him anymore. He
maybe,
used to be like cool.
maybe we just hang out amongst ourselves in
Why not?
Discord.
Yeah, we don't like him. I don't like him either. Hey, Oak Tree. Rumar's here.
Oh, Kiara, her live got taken down. She got banana, but the appeal came back, so we'll be back tomorrow doing it.
No, his views make him unattractive now. So you just be like, nope. You don't think, because I can't, I don't know how to say your username. But yeah, like the
Yeah, she did do really
Glee.
well. I'm so proud of her. I'm so proud of
Helena.
her. But
Leon. Elon's brother. Um, the Glee I had when I refreshed my like Who's Live thing and I saw Kiara's face, right? And I was like, oh my God. And then I went in there and I was like, yay. And there was Kiara, and there you were, and Jeff was there too. And I was like, this is awesome. This is great, fantastic.
I think I don't know. Maybe I should be a co-host instead.
Mm-mm. I think you do a great job at hosting.
I don't think so.
I can't convince you. You have to believe it. You have to believe in yourself.
I don't think I'm likable enough,
I think you're very likable,
and I think you have to
okay?
be likable for this to work. I think I'm. Listen, my tagline: "Too opinionated for my own good."
Too opinionated for your own good.
That's my tagline.
I think you're very likable. Like, I would ask the chat, but I don't know if you want me to do that, so I'm not.
It's only that. I mean, if you think I'm likable and you're not neurodivergent, put a one, because I think it's just the neurodivergent people.
There's so many neurodivergent people, though.
MySpace still alive. I
So
don't know
cute.
how.
Oh,
Surviving out of spite.
hey,
Don't
grumpy
get your
old
hopes up.
man.
Don't get your hopes up. But he's still here. He's still fucking here.
That's the grumpy old man.
And he still wants Milkies.
Look, is he doing a better job at latching?
Yes.
Fantastic. See, he's getting stronger every day. He just had a little hiccup.
He doesn't look stronger. There's a
Well,
little paw, look at a little paw action when the Milkies aren't going fast enough.
I'm gonna throw some I'm gonna throw some happy and positive vibes your way. Seriously, like you got to take my Alina. I'm trying to tell you, you got to take the Erica approach. I can't believe I just called it that, but seriously, I'm just here for the vibes. Like
What is the
okay,
Erica approach?
like okay, just okay. No, my old therapist told me that I only can control what I can control. All right, so like if I
Oof,
have, yeah,
been
if
there,
I have
done
a,
that.
well, that's what we have to do, unfortunately, because you can't control shit else.
Yeah.
You can't. So like just for example, if you have a live and your live, only has 100 people in it. I say only like 100 isn't. Could you imagine standing in a room full of 100 people? What that would look like? Think about it. That's a lot of people. So that's how I look at it. Oh, it's 100 people in here. All right, that's still a lot of people. All right, and they're all listening, and the comments are still moving, and the taps are still tapping. So it's like, okay, all right. So I can control
True.
how I react to the situation. Oh, no, that person is just awful. JJ, that person is so awful. Do not like, do not engage.
Little flat foot.
Oh, look at the little beans. I am a gazillion. Oh, thanks for the gifts, guys. I am 100% sure that Chris didn't know what beans were yesterday. He was
You
very,
say that
very.
like if you knew what beans.
That's how I know that he didn't know what the beans were. That's how I know. Kiara!
I can.
Hey, love.
Hi, besties. I've been trying to get this child under control, so I'll be muting a lot. But we
Oh.
have somebody who disagrees. I think it's the Schnazi.
Yeah, he's not
Oh,
welcome here, though. Permaban.
which one?
Permaban.
Khaled? No, I mean
Oh.
Caleb.
Oh, I don't know him.
I
Sorry.
don't
I saw the
know.
other person.
You don't remember? He was also the one that is
You,
essentially
you,
doing
I
Schnazi
think I do
apologia.
think it's funny that she says, "Oh, the Nazi like if we don't talk to like five a day." That's
Well,
crazy.
it's been many recently. You're right.
I
It's a
know.
full blown infestation. I don't know what's going on. But he was the one that was going to some like university in Alabama. I forgot. Or was it Alabama? I don't know. I mean,
Auburn.
there's some. Yes, there we go.
Oh, Caleb, the guy
Yes.
that's commenting. Okay.
Yes, yes, yes.
Oh, it would make his day if he were to come up here and actually win a debate, but he wouldn't be able to without doing a racism. So there's that part.
Yeah.
I mean, he can try.
Oh, hell yeah, Ren. Absolutely. Ren is the baby whisperer, by the way. I need like a recording of her voice so I can play it because whenever baby hears her, she just calms down immediately, and I love it.
Oh, that's awesome.
It works on me too.
Yes. She says, I know you from when mommy was debating a bunch of bigots when I was in the womb still.
What's up?
Okay.
The rent.
So why does the background say that? Are you directing it towards liberals?
I mean, did you request not having a conversation? Like, do you not have a point on that,
Well,
or you
like
just here for the vibes?
what's
We
the
already
like
have one person on the panel that's just here for the vibes. We can't have two.
Can't have two, Merv. That's not
Is this where the
sufficient.
last 25% of Trump haters are?
Oh shit! You peed on me.
Aw.
Oh.
I was just curious, like white supremacy, like what about it?
Well, first off, you see how it's censored on the background? You need to censor your words.
Okay, sorry. YT.
Got it.
Hey Kiara, or is that how you say your name?
You got it.
Did you ever send that email off to Auburn?
What are you talking
Um,
about?
No, because I mean, you needed to show your face, right? Like you were
I don't.
saying,
I don't go to
you
Auburn.
wanted to. Yeah, I mean, I figured, but you wanted to show your face, and that's what I wanted
So
you to
because I
do.
disagreed with you, you wanted to get
No,
me kicked out.
it's not about disagreeing, right? Like we can
No, it
disagree
is.
about whether or not chocolate ice cream is better or not. But if you say that doing the Nazi salute is like justifiable, then I feel like I have a problem with you.
Wait,
It's not that hard.
what's justifiable? I'm sorry.
You said Elon was justifiable, if I remember correctly.
I dead ass hate Elon Musk. Not gonna lie.
Well, I mean, we're talking about the Nazi salute.
Oh, that must not have been me. That wasn't a Schnazi salute.
Hey, who's our
Yeah.
president? Who's the
Wait,
president of the United States?
your mom probably. So Caleb, you said that it wasn't the Nazi salute?
No, no.
Hey, how does it feel to be part of the 25% who hate Trump?
Hey, Caleb, can you do me a favor, please?
Yes.
Let me see some. Oh, you do have camera access. I sent you a request to turn your camera on. Can you go ahead and give us your heart like Elon did?
No, I'm good. I'm not gonna turn my camera on. Why would I do that?
Come
That's what happened last
Or
time too,
why?
Erica. Because
Like
see, that's why I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's what we were talking about. I asked him to turn on his camera and
no. What I
to
told you was I
just
wrote
do
in
it
Hitler.
too. I'm
That's
sorry.
what I told you that upset you was that I wrote in Hitler.
Oh
That's-
yeah,
Why would
but
you say that name? We told you last time you
Oh,
couldn't
my
say
bad.
that.
I didn't mean to say. I didn't know that.
oh yeah, you're full blown Nazi. Now there we go. See, there are so many. Like you
That's
kind of
obviously a joke. I did not write his name in.
Well,
Oh, that's so funny.
you kind
Haha.
of all blend together, in one. You're all one big blob that needs to stand in front
Which
of
is
the
the funny
wall.
part?
It's just a joke. You guys don't gotta
Which part of that is the funny part?
The voice of you Democrats is just so
Which part of
irritating.
that was funny?
that I wrote his name in, and he's dead.
Why? But how is that funny?
Because he's deceased.
There's no one else that you could have written in that was deceased?
No, I
Michael
just thought
Jackson?
I just thought it was funny, but I didn't write him in. I actually just straight up voted for Trump.
Yo, why are Harris
Yeah.
supporters so brain dead, dog? This conversation is just irritating.
User,
Bro, do you have
need
any
some
argument?
attention? Wait, really quick. Does
You
user
haven't
need
brought
some
an
attention?
argument yet to the background.
But what I will say to Erica,
argument
why would I
now.
turn my camera on and then because I don't want to, you're gonna say I'm scared. I just don't want to turn my
You're
camera
scared.
You're scared.
on. Why would I be scared? What is there to fear?
Well, I mean, we can all just turn our cameras on right now.
We
Really
could.
quick. We could. Like, there we go. Here's me.
Drea,
Hi
the
there.
number's 30%, by the way.
I just gave you my little face, and I did it this morning too. So here's me, but here I'm not the one that's justifying whatever Elon was doing, or think that that's not the Nazi salute. So if you feel like it's not, then there shouldn't be any issues with doing it. Correct?
Kamala did the same thing. You know that, right?
No,
Source.
but she didn't.
But she
Kamala
did.
was hanging out
Source.
with Diddy. Who
Yeah,
cares?
Kamala slept her way to the top.
Okay,
and you guys
so
voted for
I
her.
don't really. Okay, I don't know why this is turning into a Kamala thing. If you think that
Misogyny.
what Elon did is not a problem, then you should be able to turn your camera on and show us what he did, and we'll just, hit a little record button, and then it's out in the open. Why
Any
not?
of your opinions is
Oh,
irrelevant.
so
None of you guys
hold on,
own a
hold on,
business.
hold on,
None of
hold
you
on.
guys are billionaires. Like,
Okay, hold on. Right, Caleb, really quick. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to mute you because I know we were having a pretty decent conversation. User, here you go. You have 10 seconds of our time. Go ahead. Now everybody's paying attention to
Okay,
you.
perfect. So how does it feel to be part of the 30% who hate Trump?
Who
Wasn't
Robbie?
it 25 first?
Yeah,
It
was
should be.
25.
Well,
The numbers
it was
growing.
30%
Apparently,
last week. It was
the numbers
30%
growing,
last
apparently.
week. It was 30% last week, so I'm pretty sure it's higher
If we
now.
just wait a little bit longer, maybe it's 40%. Maybe it's 50%.
No, it's actually getting lower. It's going to be probably 20% by next week.
Okay, cool.
And then
so
at the end of
who
the
is
year,
it?
you're going to be like at 5%.
But you said 25% at
Trump
the
haters.
beginning of this conversation, then you said 30%.
Well, she wants exact numbers. The exact numbers were 30% last week. This week, no one did polls this week for it, but I'm pretty sure it's going down and
really
down. So
Robbie, who?
So how does it feel to be part of the 25%?
Right, really quick, user. Just give me 1 second, okay? I'm right with you, okay, Pookie?
If you're looking at for the polls, you can go on your
Yeah,
favorite
user,
source.
as I said, I'm right with you, Pookie. I know you want attention really desperately. I'm gonna give it to you in
No,
just a
you
second.
Democrats love attention because you love
I'm
crying.
not
Your
a
tears taste so
Democrat.
good.
Hold on,
Your
And
tears
user,
taste
chill.
so
User,
good.
chill.
we're not.
No one here is a
We're
Democrat.
not
You're a
Democrats.
Trump hater, buddy. Your tears taste
Hey,
amazing. I
user,
love it.
I'm picking.
Okay.
I'm picking. User,
You hate Elon Musk too. It's
user,
even better.
user.
You pick it.
Can you hear me?
Caleb
Are you able
also
to hear
hates
me,
Elon
user?
Musk. That's what's funny about this.
Yeah, but he's not stupid enough to vote for Harris.
User,
Yeah,
tell us, who was it? Was it your dad or your uncle?
that did what?
Who did it?
Did what?
Your dad or your uncle? Because obviously you're looking for a father figure. So let us know. Was it your dad or your uncle? Tell us.
That's funny. So you live with your mom or your
Tell
dad?
us.
Which one? Who do you
Tell
live
us.
with? Or
Tell
actually,
us.
do you not even have a father?
Ah,
You
shut the
just-
fuck up. No one gives a fuck.
Oh
All
my
right, shout out to
God.
Ravi. Shout out to
W.
Ravi.
Robbie.
W. Ravi. RAVI.
Should have
In the
said that you
chat.
live with his dad.
No, I don't like men that much to make that joke, Alina. I'm
Then
sorry.
you live with his mom.
I
Or you
live with
took his mom from his dad.
Oh, Jess said they're the same person. That's funny. Okay.
Not the
all right.
husband.
Not-
Are you a vet?
No.
Do you just take care of newborn kittens?
I just foster them, yeah,
Oh, that's pretty neat.
for my free time.
Yeah, I mean, I would come up here and debate, but like, I honestly don't really have a argument for the backdrop.
Okay.
So, I mean, if there gets conversation going, I definitely would like to come back up, but I really feel useless. So.
Wait, Alina, would you mind if we do the USA hates or dislikes women, doesn't like women? Which one?
Yeah, you can do that.
Do you want to debate that one instead, Caleb?
I mean, I would, but like, someone just said hold on, I couldn't help but she
No,
helps.
don't.
All right,
Don't
whatever,
do the
I won't.
comments. I don't like that.
All right, I won't. Anyway, besides
So,
the
do you
point.
want to debate the USA doesn't like women, or
I mean, we could do a
you
different
follow
topic
it?
because I personally don't
I
hate
just
women.
gave you a topic. I just asked you whether or not you want to do it.
I know, and I just said, I mean, we could do that, or we could do a different topic if you had another one in mind. Because I don't really I don't hate women, so I'm not gonna sit here and argue against.
No, it's saying no. It's not. Are you the USA?
Yeah, sure, let's do it. I don't care.
It
Well,
doesn't
so
say
you,
hate,
No.
though.
Oh, well, yeah. I was asking whether or not the USA likes women or dislikes women. Like, what's your stance on that?
Good
Do you think the
afternoon,
USA?
Jesse.
I think the United States, that's such a loaded argument because it can go so many different. It can just go so many different ways.
Like, what's confusing about it?
Like,
Tell me where I lost
of course, the United States of America does not hate women.
you. I said like.
Okay, the United States does like women. Why would they not like?
Okay, cool. Then we can have an argument. Why do they like women?
Because you guys have you have rights in America.
Okay, so just having rights equals to no oppression. Did I get that right?
No, I mean there's other key factors like what are your reasonings?
Well, I mean, I'm just like asking if that's your standard because I would just
No,
disagree
like,
with that standard first.
That's not my standard, but like the United States.
Okay, cool. So then give a different standard if that's not your standard.
Well, give me if I disagree with you, you have to give me a point that. Give me a point. Why do you think the United States?
Why do I have to? Why do I have to?
Because this is if it's going to be a debate, it'd be a 2-person debate, would it not? The United States does not hate women. If you think they hate women because you guys don't get paid
I'm
enough.
actually more here to rebuke your claims, Pookie. That's my job. It's not
Okay.
me making claims. It's you making claims, and I say nah.
Yeah. So the United States doesn't hate women. There you go. There's my claim.
Doesn't like women.
hate, whatever. Yeah, sure.
Doesn't like women. We agree.
You really
cool.
drag things
W.
on. You know that?
Won.
Did you see
I
her?
won.
Robbie sent a reality.
Thank you, Robbie. Oh my
Thank you
god.
so much.
W. Robbie.
But yeah,
Yeah,
no.
Robbie in the chat. Also, we agree. You just said the USA doesn't like women. W.
The
Everybody.
United States loves women.
So they like women.
If
Okay.
your argument is solely based off of wage, then you're wrong.
No, it's not. Well, it's not, but also.
See, I don't even know what your argument is. You're just saying something. I disagree with
Well,
you.
I'm
Okay,
not
there.
just saying
Until
something.
you make a point, then I'm not gonna make another point. I've made
I
2
really
points.
feel like she was about to give you her argument, but you kept talking. So now I don't think she's going to give you the
Well,
argument
she
because
literally
by
just told me
doing
she
so,
wasn't
it's
gonna
going
give
to
me her
help you
argument.
No, I didn't
formulate
say that.
yours.
Sorry, I
She
didn't mean to
didn't
be
say
yelling.
that.
I'm just my phone's really close to
But she
my mouth.
didn't say that though. But you kept talking, so I have a feeling that she's now not going to give you her argument, and we're just going to keep doing this for the next 85 minutes.
Well, Erica, you have a very strong connection. I think it might be either the Gemini thing or just the fact that you're my mom at this point. Like, either way, you got it.
What I got? I'm just here for the vibes, and the vibes thus far are not immaculate. Like he's really bringing down the energy here.
I'm chill. I'm
Okay.
chilling. I'm
So,
having
but
fun.
Caleb, here's the
Okay.
deal.
What's
If
up?
you say okay, so if you say that the USA does like women, then you have to be able to tell us why and how the USA likes women. So that would be your argument. You telling us why and how. That's it. And then you and
Okay.
Kiara are gonna have a conversation about it because I'll just be here for commentary because this is yeah I know how I feel about this one.
Mhm. All right. The United States I'll use likes women because you guys have the exact same rights as men. If they didn't like you, we would have revoked your 19th Amendment.
Okay. Well, firstly, that's also not true. I don't think we have equal rights. Like, for example, when we look at AB laws, those affect women. Men don't have any laws that are going against their bodily autonomy or their bodily integrity, I shall say. So that would be already incorrect.
Okay. Well, to bank off of what you just said, men can't get pregnant. So, of course, your body
Yeah,
is different.
disproportionately.
But
No,
the idea
men can get
behind
pregnant.
no, they
Well,
can't.
hold on. Did you say men can't or can?
Cannot.
Well, they can.
Oh, yeah. Explain that.
Well, trans men exist, but
Okay.
I also
All
really
right.
don't want
All
to make
right.
it into a
So
trans
they're not
debate.
biological men, but they call themselves
Males
Yeah.
can't get pregnant,
men. No, okay.
correct? But
Well,
men can.
whatever you're smoking, I want.
Well,
Anyway.
you have to first know the difference between sex and gender. All right, the sex is male, gender is man. So men can in fact get pregnant.
There's 2 genders.
No.
There's 2 sexes. It's
Well,
male and female.
that's also not true. All of
And
those things are incorrect.
biological men cannot get pregnant. I don't
Well,
know.
okay, what's like the opposite of a biological man? An artificial man? Like what are you talking about?
If you have a penis, you're a man. If you don't, you're a girl.
Oh, that's also a girl. If you
A
don't,
girl.
okay, well, okay,
Female,
well,
girl, whatever.
yeah. So
Am I
firstly, when we
offending you
talk
with my
about
terminology?
genders, like
Is
when we
it
talk about
hurting you?
genders, like it's just sociologically incorrect to say that there's just 2 because we can observe more than 2.
I didn't
So
come up
just
here to
that
talk genders with
by
you.
that
I
by
don't need
that
to talk
okay, by
genders.
that premise alone, I don't know why you're interrupting me. By that premise alone, just simply based of observation, we can conclude that there's not just only 2 genders. Secondly, what you said that was like completely wrong is that sex and gender are the same thing. That is not true based on sociology, psychology, neurology, and biology. All those state very clearly that there's a difference between the 2.
Okay. Well, just because you guys had a couple protests and blocked a couple roadways doesn't mean that the terminology switches. Okay. There's no difference between sex and gender.
That's actually also not true. If you believe that gender is like a very new term, that's incorrect. Like when was it coined by your opinion?
What's that?
Like when was the word cis and trans coined?
I don't know what any of those dumb words mean. So, I mean, what is
That's not, well,
a straight male?
I mean,
Here, let's go back to the women's
I'd
rights.
like,
we're
I
I'd
don't
not
want to
like to
gonna
get
talk
get-
off
about
of this
gender
topic
with you.
because it
Yeah,
took
yeah.
your live taken down today.
So let's talk about the fact that you mentioned AB rights. Okay.
Sure.
The fact that women and if I upset you guys, I don't apologize.
Okay,
The fact
cool.
that women claim
I
to
have a
be
question, Caleb. I'm sorry. Before you start, is this about to be like a morality argument? Are you
it's going to
still
be
bro us?
no, it's just going to be my take on it.
Okay. I'm gonna mute you if you start going into morality. Okay, just want to let
Go
you know
figure
that.
you would,
But
because you don't
yeah,
want to. You don't want to hear
I
the
don't
end of
care
an
about your
argument.
moral standing on this matter. No one cares
The
about
fact
your
that,
moral standing.
women call themselves strong, and then when they get pregnant, their solution is to off the child. Explain that to me.
That just didn't make any sense
No, it
whatsoever.
does. It does,
What
because
the
you guys
hell?
talk. You
Wait,
guys
hold
talk
on.
about so much.
What the heck?
That's
I just have
honestly
to
like
ask you.
making that decision is one of the bravest things a woman could do.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
brave.
And I'm just like curious. If you say that you're strong, do you have to endure human rights violations? Like if I say to you, "Oh, men keep claiming themselves to be so strong," am I allowed to violate your rights then?
What rights would you violate?
Bodily autonomy. Like if you say that you're a strong person, does that make you subject to violence and subject to human rights violations?
No.
Okay, cool. So we agree. So somebody can claim to be strong and have a right to their own body and claim for that right.
But like, you guys use it as an out.
No, it's
You
not
guys
an
brag
out.
about it.
Hold on, is a right an out? Like if I say I have a right to something, is that an out?
Yes, it can be used as an out.
It
Yes.
can be an okay. So you tell me now, I as an American, right here and there, that you can overuse your rights.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, explain that to me. So you don't believe in like the First Amendment right, Second Amendment right, all those things that there can be overused, so there should be restrictions on all of them?
No, I'm just saying that women don't need to get abortions.
I was
I
hoping
mean,
you were gonna ask for an example. I
that's just
wanted
an
an
opinion.
example.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Erica.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Kiara, but I just wanted an example, like, because he said that you can overuse your rights, and then we kind of let him just like get out of it. I wanted an example. How do you overuse your right?
I actually retract that statement. You can't overuse your rights.
Okay, all right.
I just don't understand why women are so like you guys are. You're sitting up here. Your argument to me, Kiara, is that the United States hates women because
It's
we
a
want
dislike.
we want to dislike. Sorry, I keep using very similar terminology, and it's
I mean,
frustrating.
they're different. That's okay, though. I'm just making sure that we're on the same page.
But okay, so the USA doesn't like women.
Yes.
Yet you guys have your argument at hand right now is AB rights.
AB rights, yeah. I mean, as I said, you just have this crazy idea in your mind that you can overuse a right. That's like one of the craziest things I've ever heard. I don't even know what to say about that.
I think
I
you guys
think if
do.
that's the case, if that's the case, Caleb, if you think that somebody can overuse a right, like something that is like fundamental to the human species, like having rights, then you're wacky. Like, I don't know what you mean. Like, can you use the right to self-defense too much? Can you use the right to, I don't know, protect yourself? All those things, can you overuse those things?
No, but if you here's what I will say.
Caleb, stop being in the comments or I'll mute you.
If you I made one comment. No, I'm not.
Yeah, then stop, okay? This is like your
Comments
final
is
warning.
plural for multiple. In case you.
Okay, well, no, I mean, we're having a conversation. I have the feeling that you're not listening
Oh, I'm
if
listening.
you're commenting. What did I just say, Caleb?
You were talking about overusing rights and self-defense and whatnot. That's completely...
Yeah, I was asking you a question, so please answer.
Yeah.
Like, what was the question?
Could you repeat yourself?
Okay. Eat shit. Anyways, yeah, I'm asking you how you can overuse a right.
I don't necessarily think it's overuse. I think it's just you guys, like women, use it as an out because it's irresponsibility.
It's okay. A right cannot be an out. I'm just gonna repeat myself one more time, Pookie Bear. If I say, for example, well, you use self-defense as an out, that would sound very silly, right?
When my life is on the line.
Using self-defense is always going to be a right for you. So if somebody attacks you in any circumstances, you will always have the right to defend yourself. You don't have a limit, you don't have a cap on that. I'm not saying that you're using that as an out because that is silly goofy. So you still haven't explained to me how that would apply to abortion or to bodily autonomy. Because I don't think that you have a limit in practicing your rights. That is
you don't have a
agreement.
limit. You don't have a limit.
Okay, cool. So then what's the problem?
What I'm referring to is you guys are so frustrated over AB rights, yet no one wants to take them from you. We really don't. It's the
Well,
fact
but
of
they
how you
did
use them.
though. They did though. They did take him though. So if you're saying that they didn't want to take them, you're incorrect. They did take him.
14
It's in what context you use. Like,
No.
okay, you're a mother.
Thank you, Steph, for sending 2 subscriptions.
Okay.
You're a mother.
Okay.
Let's just look at it like this. How can I ask you how old you are?
27.
Okay, you're 27. All right. So let's say you were a little bit younger, right? Let's say you were like 20, 21. And
Okay.
you and your significant other, did the deed, and the outcome was the result of that deed was you became pregnant, right?
Okay.
A lot of people at that age don't bear responsibility for what they do.
What would that hold on. If you say that pregnancy is some form of punishment for engaging in sex and you have to carry that through, I just disagree with that fundamentally. Secondly, I think you are taking responsibility by nature taking care of what what happened. Like if you have, for example, if you have sex and you contract an STI, I don't think that the consequence has to be that you keep the STI. I think the consequence is you taking care of it. So I don't know why your feelings about the situation, like how you would want to handle it or how you would want it to be handled by other people, is relevant in this conversation.
But do you realize where I'm coming from with this? That's what I'm saying. I literally
No, I'm
don't
not
care.
really, because I think it is
You guys
responsible
brag about
to
it. You
not
brag
bring a
about
child into
murdering
the world
children.
if you're not ready. I think it's very reasonable.
It's not considered unaliving children.
Correct.
It literally
It's
is.
not. It's not
Murder.
though, because wait, hold on.
You
It's
can't
just
say
like
the
with
N-word first off, and
I said
secondly,
murder.
oh, well, the first time you said
murder.
it, so.
Oh,
Yeah.
she just said it.
It's very. I said murder.
No, I don't know.
Can we just say unaliving?
Again. Yeah, we're saying unaliving. So from now on, unaliving it is. It is not. It is not a first degree unaliving, because it's by nature they're against your consent, and you have a right to cut off the resources that are from your body if you don't want to give it to somebody.
What do you
Just
mean?
like I don't have
against
a
your
right.
consent?
Well, okay. Like for example, I need a kidney transplant because I have a kidney disease. Can I come up in you and say, I want your kidney, even though you don't want me, even though you don't want to give me a kidney? Is
No.
that possible?
No.
Right. Okay, so you cannot just take somebody's blood, somebody's organs.
So you're saying the
somebody's
baby
feces against the will.
you're not giving the baby consent.
I'm telling you that the fetus is not allowed to use the bodily resources of my body. It's not allowed to occupy an organ of
Dumb
mine.
you sound.
Well, I mean, you can say that, but it doesn't change the logic. Like, maybe you address the argument instead of like me. Go ahead.
Hey,
If it's super dumb, then you should easily
Elena,
debunk it, no?
you got sent a galaxy and you're using my voice as platform. So can you please give me some of that money?
What are you talking about?
You see exactly. You see how fucking stupid that sounds, Kiara?
I'm
If
sorry, I
you
didn't hear
have
that at all.
sex, if you have sex, okay, you bear the risk of getting pregnant. And if you get pregnant, you need to bear responsibility as a strong, independent woman that you guys claim you are.
You can leave that strong independent nonsense. Like it's just like a lot of words that I don't care for. I don't think that that's relevant for the conversation. So you're saying that
you guys talk about how
So,
strong you are and you want equal rights.
Hold on. I'm asking you a question then. Okay. So if you're claiming that the
Thank
responsibility
you so much,
is
Steph. W Steph in the chat for the Cash App. Thank you so much.
hell yeah.
I'll keep it in
If-
mind.
If you're saying that responsibilities are due to causing something or engaging in risky behavior, I'm gonna ask you a thing then, and then you have to stand with that logic.
Okay.
If I go to a frat party knowing that there is a possibility that I get raped, do I then consent to being raped if somebody else would touch me against me?
No.
Okay, but I knew that that was a possibility. I engaged in risky behavior. So is it now my responsibility, or am I therefore obligated to let people do whatever they want to me just because I knew that that was a potential outcome?
No.
Okay, great. So we agree that consent is revocable, and you engaging in a behavior doesn't equate to somebody being able to violate your rights against your will.
Correct.
Okay, cool. So that applies to pregnancy too. Even though I knew that it was a chance or there was a risk that I could become pregnant, it doesn't mean that now the fetus has a right to my body. unless you have like a different obligation that you can
So,
establish.
Kiara, did you give your newborn? Did you give him or her consent?
Yeah, that's why I had her.
So
Clearly.
so let me be so free with me, please. You, when you found out that you were pregnant, you literally looked down at your stomach and you go,
Well, consent doesn't have to be verbal. Like obviously my fetus didn't have ears, but by nature of me letting her be inside of me and giving her my resources and not interrupting that process, that was me giving consent.
how
Just
can you
like when
give
I
something? How
engage,
can you
oh,
give
wait,
something
really
consent?
quick. I just want to make sure that we get this really clearly. Just like when my husband and I do it, I don't just necessarily go to him and say, "Yes, let's do it. You have my full consent." Like we're obviously together. And unless I say differently, unless I disrupt the process of us doing it, then it's obviously fine for him to do it.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
How can you give consent to something that isn't alive?
By nature. Wait, hold on. We never said that it's not alive. It is alive.
No, you guys. I vividly
No,
remember all of you saying that a fetus.
but that's not true. That's not true. I do
You're going
agree
back
that
on your own
human
point.
life. No, I'll
Please.
tell you what I said. If you didn't listen, that's okay.
Oh, I
I'll
listened.
repeat it.
I've been
No,
listening.
no, it's okay.
I've
Hey,
just
if
been-
you, hey, I'll clarify it for us, okay?
I've just been looking at this.
No, but none of us denies the fact that life begins at conception. We understand that there's a biological process involved where an organism is present. However, we understand that there's a difference between personhood and just simply human life. Like cancer is alive, for example, sperm is alive, but I don't give those things personhood. I give somebody personhood once they have a somebody inside of them, which would be sentience, in my opinion.
So, the only thing that I've gathered from this
You
conversation.
did not listen to this just now.
No, I did. I literally, my phone is.
Okay, so what's personhood to me?
Look, I'm not gonna fucking reiterate your question.
There we go.
Just listen to me.
Okay, beautiful. Okay. Well, I mean, Caleb, if you're being intellectually dishonest because I'm whooping your ass left and right in this debate,
Kiara?
well, you're just being so incredibly like annihilated intellectually right now, and it's obviously present right now that you're not tracking the conversation because you're getting embarrassed. So that's like your self-protection.
You think I'm embarrassed?
Mechanism. Yes, it's your way to. Yeah, I would too.
I would
honestly
debate
Erica,
you
hold
and
on, let me
all
ask Erica something really quick.
288
Caleb, really quick. Erica, if you would be embarrassed losing a debate, would you shut down a little bit too? Because it just feels like very uncomfortable.
Yes.
I'm just waiting for like my turn to talk because you just say the dumb.
I mean, I'd probably just pretend my phone died.
Yeah,
well, I'm not embarrassed of anything. Everything I say, I stand.
Well, I mean, so far you haven't addressed any of my points. Whenever I make a point,
you can't land the plane ever.
Two, well, I did land the plane many times. You just couldn't track it. I mean, if you just are unaware of the plane landing, then that doesn't mean. I mean, you can clap like the others because you just act like you know and you get it, and the plane has landed, but you clearly didn't track the conversation.
Okay. Yeah, you lost me when you started saying dumb stuff.
Okay, well, if you have a tracking issue, just let me know and I'll help you out.
No, I'm actually I'm a really good listener.
I think one thing I'm not gonna have this conversation with him because I don't like actually. Why am I here, Alina? I'm here for you. I'm here for you and Kiara. I'm moral support. That's what I'll be.
Okay.
So shut up, Caleb. Anywho, Kiara, I think a conversation that may need to be had with Caleb.
Erica,
is
shut up.
Implied and explicit consent.
Erica, stop talking. You're not a part of the debate.
I think he needs to have that conversation and let us know that he understands what implied and explicit consent is.
Erica, just stop.
Whether or not you gave your child permission to.
Erica, just stop.
Your uterus.
Erica, just shut the fuck up.
Erica, I feel like Caleb has huge tracking issues. I don't know if we're gonna be able to convey that sort of information to him.
Can I talk?
Why is it disrespectful to Erica?
She just told me to shut up, so why can't I?
Well, I did more
equal rights, equal fights, right?
No, I was way more disrespectful.
No.
I was way more disrespectful, and you didn't act like that.
Yara, I told you to shut the fuck up many times, and you just didn't.
No, you didn't.
I would tell you right now. Oh, because every time
Yara,
you did.
What's that sound? What's that sound?
Oh, I feel like we're out of gas.
Yeah.
So
Well,
back to what I
Caleb,
was.
hold on.
Do you
Do
have
you
AAA?
I'm
well,
trying to talk. Every time I talk,
They're
you
not
go,
gonna be
hold
able to
on,
roadside
3 hours.
hold
assistance,
hold on, hold
on.
Caleb.
on.
Like
Everybody, you're right. Caleb hasn't been able to talk. So let me just ask
exactly.
you a
Thank you.
question. Hold on, hold on. I got you.
There
I
you
got
go.
you.
Still got to
I
hold on.
got you. No, no. Caleb, I got you. Seriously. Like, I'm trying to get you. So, do you consent being on this panel? Like, have you actively said, I consent being on this panel? Have you said that? Now you can unmute
Oh, go
yourself.
figure. I got muted.
Well, nobody cares.
Wow.
W Neurotech for the 30 to kick Caleb said F Caleb face the wall. No options on what kind of wall, but
Well, hello.
Preferably
hi.
brick. Tap, tap, tap
Um,
the screen, guys.
well, I suppose if it's all right, I'll just kind of hop in. At the last point that I heard left unaddressed, which you were mentioning that you'd grant personhood at sentience. Did I hear you correctly?
Do grant personhood at sentience, but I don't think it's necessarily relevant for the abortion conversation. Like, I would even grant you personhood at conception because my point remains the same.
And what exactly is your stance, just so that I can understand
Oh
that a
yeah.
little better?
Yeah, sure. I have a like, if you just want my pure stance, like, I give moral consideration to the fetus once personhood is established. So
Hmm.
I don't think that there's any obligation prior to that. However, I think in all instances you always have a right to terminate a pregnancy, because you have a right to your own body and you don't have an
Hmm.
obligation to sustain that life against your will. So once obviously there is personhood, or some people say they go based on viability, obviously. So once
Hmm.
that has occurred, you no longer have the right to terminate the life of the
Hmm.
fetus unless like medically necessary, of course.
And to make sure that all of our terms are defined, whenever you're talking about viability, it's not just the concept of viability, but rather a viability that's dependent upon location and person, correct? So if the
Well,
child
yeah,
is able to survive by your help, but outside the womb, you'd say that they're viable, or if the child is able to
yeah.
survive XYZ, but it's kind of multi-tier contingent, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying that there is obviously an obligation to, actively unalive somebody if it's not necessary, like medically necessary. So if you can remove the fetus without, them unaliving, then I think we should do so.
Now, whenever it comes to procedurally how um, abortions play out, would you agree that there are times where just induced labor would result in the unaliving of a child, but instead they add the additional step of taking the child's life first?
I think it depends on the circumstances. I think those are the kind of question you would ask a
Thank you,
doctor. Like,
Trisha, for sending a subscription.
hell yeah, W in the chat. I think it probably is contingent on the circumstances. Like, a lot of my moral positions are based in harm reduction. So if I, for example,
Mhm.
would know that the baby will have like very much of a painful and short-lived life, I think it would be justified to unalive it inside the womb,
So,
for example.
Interesting.
Antonio, may
So,
I just,
so
excuse me,
sure,
Antonio, may I ask
yeah,
you just a
hmm
question so I can
yeah,
make
of
sure
course.
that you and Kiara, while having this conversation, are on the same page? What is an
Hmm.
abortion?
Sure. So, whenever I am speaking in my stance on abortion, what I'm referring to is the legal and CDC definition, although I do recognize that when it comes to medical coding, any termination of pregnancy would be considered an abortion.
Okay,
So
all
that
right.
includes cesarean birth, that includes miscarriage and things like that. So to
Okay,
clarify, I am not against those things.
Oh
I
yeah,
am
sure.
against what the CDC defines as an abortion.
Okay.
okay,
I don't have a problem with that.
cool.
I know, understand also that there's like colloquial use of the term, and usually people
Sure.
refer to abortion when the fetus unalives in the process. So I can adjust to that. But just letting you know, like, that's my moral position is
Mhm.
obviously contingent on the idea of rights that I have, and that would always include termination of a pregnancy, and regardless of the result.
Now, how do you define rights?
I would say that those
Uh,
are social constructions or agreements that we have, societally agreed upon. I don't necessarily like the meta debate, like where rights come from and stuff, because unless you're like a nihilist, and you don't agree that rights exist, I don't care the origin of
mhm.
it. Like I just know that they exist, and I think you agree too that they exist, right?
No, I do agree that they exist. I think that how you define them, though, does play a key role in the foundation to an argument, especially on a topic like this, because if rights are reduced to merely social constructs, then we wouldn't be able to say that rights were being violated at certain points of history just because socially it was accepted,
No, I don't
right? And
think.
I
I
think that,
think that I mean, they usually just align with my preferences, like what I deem my preferred stance on morality to be. Like that's obviously what I
Mhm,
consider right. I don't think that. I think that obviously you can say semantically, like maybe they didn't have quote unquote rights violations because they didn't have those rights at that time. But we usually contextually speak about the current days and like how we view it,
mhm. Sure.
as rather than like what used to be the case.
So to just clarify my stance on rights, I think that the definition is a moral or legal entitlement. I think that there are different categories of rights. I think that there are human rights that are to be understood as distinguished from societal rights or legal rights. I think each one of those things are to be held as a criteria to their own. There are going to be some societies where you have the right to something legally that you don't in another society. So for instance, we live in a republic democracy. We get to vote. For leadership to a certain degree, both at the local and federal level. There are countries that don't operate under that system, therefore their citizens don't necessarily have a right to voting. But I would say that all people have, like a right to pursuit of happiness, life, etc., and so on. So I do make those distinctions, but I think they're important. There are
Yeah,
times
so
where there's conflicts between moral rights and legal rights,
yeah, I
etc.
don't mind that. Like I would understand. I just feel like it doesn't make like I obviously talk in a normative sense whenever I talk about rights and what social constructs should be put in place. Like I understand that some people don't acknowledge like the preferences that I have in certain parts of the world, but I'm like solely talking about my personal preferences, like what social constructs should be put in place. And I think
Hmm.
that rights are like obviously distinguished between negative and positive rights, and positive rights
Hmm.
specifically are highly contingent on the society that we live in. I think
I
that
agree.
it's a resource based claim. I think that if
Hmm.
you I think you have a positive right to healthcare just because we have the ability to provide that. That's like, for example, a stance of mine. Um,
Would you agree that there is different valuations to be given to different rights? So, for
right.
instance, although I might have the right to, vote, I wouldn't sacrifice that right for my life per se.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I definitely, yeah, I mean, you can go into a little bit of like harm reduction in that sense. Like, I think that if we, for example, would live very happily and we know that everybody's well-being is established,
Hmm.
like to a very high extent, I wouldn't mind giving up democracy, for example. Like, I don't necessarily care for that much. Then, I mean, it
Okay.
seems to me that in most instances it doesn't lead to the well-being of the people, so that's why it would be a stupid position to hold. But like just theoretically, yeah, I don't care about certain rights if it means, or I'm not a liberal, okay, I'm a communist. So I'm usually more for the rights and the well-being of the majority.
So, and for anyone listening, they probably feel like we haven't actually even touched on the topic of abortion. I think that you and I are still,
No, it would.
exchanging conversation
The
really well,
everyone
though.
is boring as fuck. Everyone thinks you're boring as fuck.
I
That's what the Discord's saying.
yeah,
Hi,
I
Um,
Ren.
my
In the
heart is not
comments.
to interrupt, but yeah, I just feel like if I don't, nobody's ever going to hear me say anything. I'm just going to end up having to go back to work. So, hi everybody.
Hey, Ren.
How are you?
Iron.
Uh,
Howdy.
go. Oh, the late. I think check your pay links.
Who?
I don't know. Maybe I'm late. Maybe I didn't see that.
Oh, I was going to say I thought you so it's been a day and my PayPal account is frozen.
No.
Yeah.
Why? Did they say what?
No. So as you can imagine, that sucks because I had money in there. Yeah. So hopefully it'll be unfrozen within the next 5 days. However, it is what it is. So anyway, Antonio,
Yeah.
what is your actual stance? Because we're saying a lot of words, and um, I feel like everything is kind of getting lost under this veneer of 1,000 words, and I think we need to come back to
Land the plane. Sure.
yeah. Let's do that.
I feel you. Yeah, and the only reason why I started off in that direction was because I know that Kiara had originally said that there was a lack of intellectual discussion with some of the previous people, and I wanted to make sure that some of the fringe topics were addressed. My personal stance, I would be I think probably closest akin to an abortion abolitionist. Again, clarifying that
Whoa,
that
someone
is
called that in
targeted.
the chat. They said that about you when you first came up.
Well, it's on my name. I know it's long, but the last word on
Oh,
my
okay.
username is abolitionist.
Oh, okay.
Um, yes. So again, obviously, it seems like everybody here is pretty well versed in things, so you know that I'm not targeting, cesarean birth and miscarriages,
I
but
don't care.
the intentional taking of life.
I don't care.
Oh, wait. You want to get rid of a? Oh no, Antonio, that's
Yeah.
not
Yeah,
okay.
I think you're a disgusting human being,
That's not
and
okay.
I don't think you should have a say on anything.
Well, as we
I
talked
think
about
people like
human
you should face the
rights.
wall, actually.
I actually agree with that
Interesting.
because why is it
Mhm.
that you should be
Forced
able
birth
to,
is slavery.
why should you be able to dictate to anyone what they do with their body?
Yeah,
There's an
those are all
even
great
and
questions.
there's an even simpler answer to get what you want that does not harm anybody.
Snip, snip.
Forced vasectomies for all men, and then men can have them turned. Oh, they can have them reversed when they're ready to have children.
Yeah. So, I mean, if y'all want me to
Solves the
address those,
problem
I'm more than willing to.
because men are responsible for where their genetic material goes.
Mhm.
So are you implying that that would result in no unwanted pregnancies?
I wouldn't say that would result in it would
It would
result
it
in
would bring
very
it to a negligible amount.
yeah.
Well, I mean, if you hold the stance that there's a human life worth valuing at conception, I mean, even one isn't negligible.
Is
But
it?
to address a few of the other things that y'all have mentioned, I
But
mean,
hold
one
on,
of them
Wait,
was
Antonio.
just.
Wait. So you're
Mhm.
absolutely against the unalive penalty too, correct?
No, of course not.
so
No,
wait,
I think
Okay,
that
time
I
out.
think
there
that
you
So
go.
you believe in
And there it
DP?
is.
I
There
think
it
rights
is.
can be.
Nah,
Wait, no, I
nah.
think
No,
we
You
it
just
all
is.
agree
lost.
that
You just
right.
lost all your fucking credibility. You don't give a shit about human life. You don't. If you
You
believe
just want
in
to
Well,
force. You want to
DP,
control
if you're
women.
down with
do
DP, then you,
mhm. So,
Mm-hmm,
yeah.
so
no,
do y'all
no.
want to know my
Mhm.
stance or just
No, actually, I
kind of
don't.
No,
Honestly,
caricaturize
not
it?
anymore. Mm-mm, nope,
no, I
nope.
don't actually.
Interesting.
Um,
Because
it's really that simple. Either you give a shit
harm
about human life or you don't. You've already
will
said that you don't.
understand.
You believe in DP and you're anti-AB.
Yeah, so yeah, the truth of the matter is I think that, the right to life, just like all rights, can be something that you forfeit. And I think that there are people, everybody
Mhm.
comes with the right to life as an innate right, but there
Mhm.
are people that are dangerous to society to the extent that
Okay,
they
you can't even, you're
sacrifice
not
that
gonna,
right.
okay, so do you believe in uh feeding children, housing children, all that stuff at the state's expense?
At the I mean,
Mhm.
I think that that's something that every society decides on their own. I think that
No, no,
it should actually
I'm
be at a
asking,
further community level. Personally, I think that
I'm
it should be
asking, do you
something that.
think that all kids should be fed, clothed, and housed regardless of the circumstances?
Do you also believe in federally
Wait,
mandated?
I want him to answer this because he's gonna,
Do I believe that that is a morally good thing? Yes.
I'm
Yes,
not asking
absolutely.
more, I believe, do you believe that it should be required? Like, should it be required by the state to provide that?
Well, again, I think that it should be required at a more minute level to the communities.
I asked you specifically the state.
Right. So I think the state can play a role, but I don't think it should stop there, is what I'm
So
saying.
yes or no, do you believe that the state should be required to provide food, housing, etc. for children?
Yeah, like I said, I think that they should be involved. I don't think it should stop there.
Why can't you guys ever fucking answer a question?
Yeah, I mean, you don't like the answer, but that's the answer that I
No,
have
I
to that
asked you a yes or
question.
no answer, and you're being wishy-washy. Just say the real
No, I'm
answer,
I'm
which
pretty
is no, you
straightforward.
don't think that the state should be required to provide it for all people. You're going to put some kind of limitations on it. So therefore, you do not believe that we have an innate right to life, because life requires food, housing, water. So no, once
Again,
again, your argument
like I said, I think
falls
that it should
flat.
be required. I think it
Your
should be
argument falls
required at
flat,
a.
friend.
I said that
People
I
are
think it should be
unaliving from malnutrition in
required,
this country every day. So you failed in
and we also,
proving that
yeah.
life is an innate right.
Right. So, like I said, I think it should be required, which means that it's
Mhm.
mandated by someone. And I think that that
Mhm.
should be state and local
Mhm.
government at
Mhm.
a more minute level. I don't think that the
Mhm.
state would even understand the differing diversity of need that happens in each community. I think the community
Bruh.
What
should
it,
be held accountable.
tell me
Different
what the difference between
diversity.
is there
What?
is there a difference in calorie intake needed between a white person and a black person?
And no, why,
Okay.
no?
So what is the different diversity of need? Everyone needs food,
Right.
shelter,
So
and water.
whenever I say diversity of need,
Mhm.
what I'm
You're
talking
talking about
about is
financially, right?
well, not necessarily. What I'm talking about is
Mhm.
what systems need to be put in place are going to be different from one society to the next to help resolve, the
Well,
Right.
sickness, not just the
we are one
simple.
society.
But you would agree that there are different cultures all among. I mean, that's one of the things about America that is supposed
What
to be
would be
proud
the
of. I mean,
different needs in different cultures?
well, so for instance, there might be one area where if they're struggling with
But
literacy.
truly, there
What?
really it should really be the same. Like, you would provide for all the communities exactly the same, and you would
Oh,
provide at the
Why
level
are
of
you
like
mentioning
the need that needs the
literacy?
most,
hold on.
to make
What?
sure everyone's
But
covered.
here's the thing,
What
he's
does
mentioning
literacy have
literacy
to
and
do
things,
with
trying to
food?
pivot, but you're literally just talking about water, food, and shelter.
Mhm.
Wait, guys,
Well, I think that
hold on,
Why would
Antonio.
that be different? That should be the same across the
that
board.
question,
I
to
actually
answer
got
that
it
question,
really quick, Antonio. I actually got it. He
sure.
means like the alphabet soup. So that's the thing. So
What?
if you can't read the alphabet soups, like those little letter soups that you get, then you can't eat them.
No.
Like
So what
you
I
can't
was trying
digest
to
this
say,
word salad that he's giving us right now.
yeah, yeah. What I was trying to get, the point that I was trying to get across is, if we don't actually address what is causing poverty, then by trying to just,
You have no
uh, you
interest in
know,
that.
bucket.
You have
I
no
mean, that's
interest in
a
addressing
really
it.
bold assumption. I mean, I'm not going to make assumptions about
I will
you
bet
based
money
on
that
other people.
you don't have an interest in solving poverty.
I Okay, you can assume what you'd like. What do you want?
What is
My
your
credentials? What do I do
okay?
to help in my own capacity?
Are you a
I mean,
communist?
no.
Okay, then, so you have no interest in solving poverty.
Well, I don't think that people who will we both agree that there are some people who have the capability to avoid poverty and don't? Or do you think that that's just
That's
not
not
real?
solving poverty. That's avoiding
That's not my
poverty
question though. No,
temporarily.
that's not
Somebody
my
in the
question.
comments called it. They said he's gonna go to some bootstrapping BS. They called it.
Huh?
I know. That's why I
I,
said he's not interested
all
in solving poverty. If he was, he would
I
be a
asked a really
communist or
simple
even a socialist.
I asked a really simple question, I
Mhm.
thought.
Do you believe
All
in?
I
Are you pro capitalism?
Do I get an answer to my question before we keep?
No,
I mean, are you familiar with the word gish galloping? Do you know what that is?
I don't really give a fuck.
I can tell. So gish galloping is what happens whenever you make
I
so
said I
many
don't really
points
give a
that none
fuck.
of
Do you
them.
know what consent is?
She didn't say that she didn't know what it was. She said she didn't give a fuck.
Mhm.
And I muted you because you're not going to talk over Elena. Okay. Now, I understand that you don't like the fact that you were called out for your morally inconsistent argument. It is morally inconsistent because if you are not for food, shelter, water, and health care for children, if you are not for
Everyone.
federally mandated maternity leaves, then you are not pro life, sir. You just want to control women's bodies. And you also, if you cannot say definitively that children should be fed, have a place to sleep, and have water, you are not interested in combating poverty. You just want to make yourself feel warm and fuzzy by saying, let's take care of the babies. But you don't give a damn once they come out of the crotch. And on that note, I have to get back to work.
See you later, Ren.
See you later.
Ren, take care.
I'll see you.
See you, Ren.
I would argue that to believe that people have an innate, like innate right to life, you would have to believe in all of those things for everybody for life.
I don't want to continue without, making sure that that's all right.
Usually in a conversation, when someone is quiet, that's like your turn.
Okay. Well, again, I want to make sure, right? Because what I had originally asked was if you believe that there are anyone who could avoid poverty and don't.
I don't care.
Do you not think that that's relevant to
Poverty
the
is,
conversation?
no, it's not. Poverty is unavoidable, and I don't believe that people's decisions should determine whether or not they have the right to life, in your opinion.
Well, so you said
I'm
that
pointing out
poverty
your
is
inconsistencies. I
unavoidable.
know that my views are not inconsistent.
Well, you said
Yours are
poverty is
inconsistent.
unavoidable.
Under capitalism, yes.
So everyone who went
You
from
can you can
poverty to
you can
success, what? Tell me how that fits into
on the
this.
expense of who? You
Well,
may
I
not
mean,
be in
most of
poverty,
them.
but you are exploiting someone else, and so on and so on. Poverty
I
itself
mean,
is unavoidable
mhm.
under capitalism. Just because you're
Well,
stepping on
again,
other people so that
mhm.
you are fed doesn't mean that there's not poverty being caused by your actions.
Well, and the reason why I ask is because my family is actually a family of immigrants who came here and had nothing, and
Okay.
we have now a good life. And it sounds like you're saying that is only able to accomplish that by some form of
From exploitation,
manipulation
yeah.
or
No, not
exploitation.
manipulation,
Yeah,
exploitation, yeah.
yeah. So
Exploitation
can
and
you tell me
coercion.
how that works for so basically
What do you guys do for work?
the I run restaurants.
Hmm. So you run restaurants, and in your
Hmm.
restaurants, you are exploiting people's labor every fucking day.
So they did not agree to these jobs, is what you're saying? Or what do you mean
Doesn't
by
matter if they agreed.
exploitation?
That's the coercion part of capitalism. They're required to have a job to survive, and they get
Do you,
whatever job they're able to.
okay, and so
So
if there are
unless you're
other
telling me
jobs
that all your
available,
staff members have equity in your business, then yes, you're exploiting them.
okay. So do you hold that same mindset for like those who have immigrated here and are working for less than minimum wage? You'd say that they're being exploited too, and that should stop.
100%.
And how do you think that that
I think
exploitation
everybody should.
ends?
I think everyone should have equity in whatever company they're working in. It should be a requirement.
So you don't think it's
The workers
possible
should own the means
to
of
not be
production.
deserving of that?
Putting in your labor is the deserving part. Because
But
your labor is what's
that's
causing the company to actually succeed. The company would not exist. Those restaurants would not exist if all your workers, even if all your dishwashers didn't show up one day. Because
Mhm.
I know this because my husband's a chef. You guys would be fucked,
Mhm.
and
Alina,
you'd probably have to be in the back washing dishes until they could call in another
Sure,
dishwasher.
yeah, I've done
Alina,
that
are you
before.
telling me next that you're anti-slavery too? That's a crazy position to have.
I know, wild.
Well,
Like,
because
you don't want
the
to
issue that
exploit
I'm
people?
the issue that I'm trying to resolve here is it sounds like you're saying wage isn't enough. It also needs to be equity. How do companies actually be able to provide oh, well, I guess as a communist, you wouldn't want the companies or any of that to be the source of income anyway.
No, everybody
That
will just own their own labor. It's not that hard. You just don't steal other people's labor. Like if I, for example, make shoes for like $10 a piece, right? And I want
hmm
to expand, and I'm letting you come in. If you make those shoes, you would
hmm
essentially create the same value as I do. But since I'm not creating profit, if you're just making shoes, I would have to pay you less per hour. Let's say $7 an hour just to get some profit, and those three
hmm
dollars I'm stealing as the value of your labor that you have output, and you're essentially only being left with the $7 instead of the
So
10
the
that was actually value.
Thank you so much, Carla.
interesting.
I just got
Okay.
your PayPal. Carla says, love your lives and thank you for always supporting us women. Love you so much.
So in that scenario that you gave, so if you sold me shoes for $10, and so I paid you the $10, do you maintain some form of equity into the shoes that you sold me, or do I get a part of your production because I paid into it?
No, I mean
Or
you just
or is it that I gave
the
currency in
part is
exchange
that
for the labor?
you're not a stakeholder, you just have personal property afterwards. Like once you have purchased somebody's value, whatever, like that they have provided their labor, then you
hmm
essentially own that. And it's like an exchange of value.
Okay. And so you're saying that if my labor produces something that is valued at X, then that is the value that my labor is
Yeah, you
deserving
could
of
be
me. So
compensated for
if you manufacture a process, and in that process you are one third of the production of a $3,000 car, do you get $3,000 or $1,000? You'd say what, $1,000?
So sorry, I didn't pay attention for a second. Can you
Okay,
repeat that one more time? I really
no worries.
apologize. I didn't mean to. Go
No,
ahead.
yeah, no worries at all. I've got ADHD, ADD. I've done that more times than I could admit. So I just asked, if you are one third of the production process to something that is worth $3,000, you would only make $1,000, correct?
Well, yeah, I mean, own essentially the labor that you're providing.
Okay. And so in a circumstance where, so again, as somebody who runs restaurants, whenever I'm looking at the grand scheme of my finances, my employees are not the ones who buy the equipment, pay for the energy bill, do all of the extra things. They don't,
They're paying for
bring in
it,
the inventory.
but they're paying for it.
Um,
They're paying for it. That's
well,
that's the that's where
they're,
you're wrong. This idea, like you would
well, the
not.
customers are paying for it.
No, no, no. It's their labor that pays for it because you wouldn't have a product if it wouldn't be for the employees. So you are only able to maintain pay. Whatever you're doing, whatever you're running is only possible
hmm
with the labor of your employees. You have in
Sure, but
no
we already
world, in
established. Oh,
yeah,
go
but
ahead.
in no
Sorry.
world, yeah, but if you're saying then that the customer's paying for it, sure, that's just the monetary value. That's due to capitalism. But under a socialist perspective, you would still like own your own labor, but you just wouldn't be allowed to own somebody else's labor. That's the only contention because every single employee is a stakeholder as is, but they just don't get compensated. Because if your business goes down, we always talk about the business owner, right? Like,
hmm
oh, what if they go bankrupt? Yeah, okay, but it also affects like the employees even to a greater extent, especially because most of
hmm
them don't have like an investment in property as you do. They don't have the insurance that you do, and they don't have the leverage that you do as a business owner.
Right. So I guess what I'm trying to figure out is how or who do you think should be responsible for determining what value each person contributes to, a large business? Right. So if I have somebody who washes dishes, I agree that's really important. Right. Now I could have, my job be harder, but I delegate some of that out. Who gets to determine what the value of that labor is? Is it the customer? Is it the person who is seeking labor or the person who is fulfilling it?
It's obviously the combination of all. Like the determination of value is usually in like when we're talking about a socialist or communist society need based. So if we say we need, for example, shoes because we have a shoe shortage or whatever, then those would obviously be more valuable, and therefore the labor would be more valuable. However, there's just not the steps in between that, you know, just creates profit for the top. It just creates value for amongst like equitably. That's the difference between the two. Because right now, need based is also a thing. Like, I think capitalism creates needs, they establish needs rather than addresses needs that are actually present in society. And socialism would have a needs based system.
So I guess my question is, whenever we develop from needs to wants, right? I mean, you would still hold the same structure for how value and things are attributed. I want to have nicer shoes than just regular
Okay,
shoes.
that's possible. Like usually that's dependent or contingent on the resources available because obviously I think you would agree that we as a society should prioritize our needs. Like if
Mhm.
people aren't eating, like I don't think that there's room for nicer shoes. Never. But once all people are fed, once all people are housed, once all people have the ability to sustain themselves comfortably, which we
Mhm.
can based on the resources available in this society, then we would move into like whatever is additional or whatever is nice to have. Usually people tend to just actualize themselves based on their hobbies, in my opinion. Like you usually just already have like this innate sense of what you want based on what kind of desires you have. Like you would work towards that or you would do the things that you enjoy in life.
And so, according to you, you would say that people should have a societal and moral obligation
Yes.
to allow for what could be their own furtherment to go to someone else if somebody else has not yet achieved where they are. So if I've got $10 and I only need eight, but you've got six, even though
Yes.
I earned 10, I shouldn't get 10, I should get eight, so you can also have eight,
Yeah, I
correct?
think that would be the most social behavior. I think it would be, to me, it's odd that you would want to be king amongst like a field of shit. Like
Hold,
that's not,
hold on a second, Kira. Max says, dumb topic, do better, Lena. You don't even follow me. So why would I listen to you? That's fucking crazy. Anyhow,
yeah,
sorry.
that's crazy to be a hater.
From
But
outside the club.
outside the club, like you can, there's like a little X on the top. We're not holding you hostage, I promise you. You can leave if you want to. But yeah, I absolutely believe that we have a social obligation, a societal obligation to take care of each other. I think that furthers society better. I think people that are portraying antisocial behaviors like this is mine and I don't want to work an hour more than anyone else ever, even though it means that everybody would achieve the highest form of well-being. I think they're crazy to me. Like if I would know
Wait.
if I go 2 more hours and everybody would feel fine, everybody's fed, hell yeah, sign me up. Like what? That's not even a question to me.
So then you just to make sure I'm hearing you right, then you would have some people working harder than other people just to provide for people who aren't working as hard as them.
Absolutely. I think that there's people that have disabilities. There's people that, for example, are pregnant at the moment and can provide as much as they usually can. I absolutely think that each according to their means and each according to their needs. I think that's a
Well,
very much strong philosophy that I
mhm.
stand by. Usually, people usually want to participate in society unless there's like some barriers present, and we
Parkers,
just
Mhm.
I just saw
move
you
them.
on Twitch. Parker's resubscribed for 2 months at tier 1. They've been subscribed for 2 months. Too much of twitchiness. W Parkers.
So talk to me some, I guess, about like the distinction between like effort versus results. Because it sounds like what I had mentioned was effort, and then what you had mentioned was results. Because whenever I said people who are working hard, I didn't necessarily imply that they were able to produce the same result, but I was talking about effort. I said, hey, do you think some people should put in more effort to account for those that are not putting in the same amount of effort? Your response was, well, some people won't be able to get the same result, so we have to make
Cheese
up
for
for that.
life.
I think it's absolutely motivation based. Like, I think people that aren't putting in effort or are not participating in society have systemic barriers that are preventing them to. I think we should motivate people and create like maybe even incentives so people are participating in a meaningful way, because I think it does contribute obviously to society. If somebody doesn't have any mental, physical, or any other barriers as a reason why they're not participating, well, then you just can't participate in society. Sucks to suck. Like that's, I mean, that's
Do
like
you
in
think
every
that those
single
people,
system.
yeah, do you think that those people should still benefit from the society that is functioning apart from their actual contribution?
I just said then they can't participate. If you show me a person that cannot be motivated at all, and there's nothing mentally and physically or any other systemic barriers in their way, then they just can't participate in society.
So, I mean, in the end, you would say if they're not motivated by being able to have food, shelter, etc., then they
Thank
don't get
you.
those things.
No, that's not the motivation. Motivation is like essentially living in the society. I think that I would even say, okay, I would go as far and say, if you tell me that we just have this huge excess of resources available and we have more than enough present, then I don't care if they get the bare minimum. But if there's scarcity and let's say there's like another apocalypse and we just have absolutely nothing and we just have to put the work in, then yeah, then I think you just have sometimes at some point there might needs to be somebody that needs to be removed from society, which
Thank
is
you.
I
Well,
don't
Thank
think
you.
that it's
Oh
gonna
my God, that's
happen.
one of my favorite gifts. I love the unicorn. Thank you. Sorry.
so I mean, it sounds like almost like a grand scale version of what capitalism, at least at a surface level, tries to capture. That the more that you put in, that is how your value is determined. The less you work, the less you get.
No, because if that was the case, then construction workers would be paid a fuck ton.
Yeah,
Because I think they
exactly.
work
And
the
it's
hardest of like anyone.
Well,
Dishwashers
now,
should be paid
now
a
to be
fuck
Melissa.
ton.
clear, I don't think that every industry has the appropriate value systems. I mean, believe me, I have, it's been really hard to run my restaurants in a way that I feel is actually giving living wages for the employees, especially whenever there are other restaurants that I have seen firsthand that would, I mean, push the barriers on even what I would call exploitation, right? But just because of the fact that there are some industries that need reform, that wouldn't in and of itself lead me to a conclusion that capitalism is faulty, right?
But I just
Because
want to
again,
make
at its base level, it would be you work, and that work is what provides for you.
But that's also not what I said. Like, I just want to make this really clear. You asked me if somebody can absolutely not be motivated, if there's like this one individual that is, there's nothing mentally, nothing physically wrong with them, if I
Mhm.
like what I would do with them. And I said, those instances, like, I don't care if somebody works less than the other. Like, I don't care about that. I think I'm just saying that if somebody's completely unwilling to participate, then in those instances, oftentimes we're just like, depending on the material conditions of our society, we just have to
Mhm.
make maybe some harder decisions. But I don't think that's the case for 99.9% of instances. So I
Right.
think
And what I had said was it was a grand version of what I was
but it's not.
describing, which happens gradiently, right? Because
But
there are
it's
just going to
not.
be people that are, well, let me explain what I see, and then you can show me how I'm wrong. Because what you're saying is if somebody contributes at all, they get benefits, and the only time that they lose them is if they contribute zero. What I'm saying is if you contribute five, you get five. If you contribute 10, you get 10. Your benefit is in ratio to your contribution. So you're saying only the two extremes exist. I'm saying no, it should be gradient between those. Now, if I'm misquoting your stance, help me understand, but
No,
hopefully that
I
clarifies
think
some.
Antonio, Antonio, I
Hello.
guarantee you, you are so much fun on like a 4 hour flight, aren't you?
I love that I don't get the shit. I love that the misandry is poking out Erica because I'm just as much as a nerd, unfortunately, when it comes to
I know
food.
Kiara's
I
having the
know,
best time of her
Kiara.
We're
I
life.
having
know.
a
I
I'm like,
love
I want
it.
Kiara to have fun. I really do. But oh
No,
my
actually, I'm fine.
God.
I'm fine. I just rarely get those kind of conversations anymore. I really don't. So usually it's like crash out immediately, which is also
Yeah,
really
it is. It is usually a crash out.
It's rare.
I was like,
Do you want me
please
to
keep
crash
playing with your
out? I
food.
mean,
But
No,
can
we
I do
don't
I
need
can
you to
You don't
try.
crash
seem
out.
you don't seem like
I'm
you
Okay.
could
doing it
crash
for
out.
you.
You seem like
I mean, I'm
you're
the
on mood
oldest of nine.
stabilizers.
I probably I need to be on something. No, I'm the oldest of nine with six sisters. I'm just I don't
oh,
know.
Mm.
I've learned that
But yet you don't
crashing
respect
out
them. That's
doesn't really do
crazy.
much. Well, I don't make assumptions about women and what they believe, and some women decide to make those
But you
assumptions
don't
about me.
respect
But
them because you're an abolitionist. You don't think that they
yeah,
should have rights to their own body.
they
That's
hold
crazy.
they no they hold the same stance that I do. But anyhow,
in a way.
Yeah, until they're in that situation, and then we'll see.
I'm gonna
V-botted,
ask a
men don't have to be sterilized for
super
me to be a hoe. Thanks. I can do that either way.
I'm gonna ask a super personal question because there has to have been something that happened. There had to be a catalyst for this type of thinking. All right, so I'm just gonna ask you. It's a yes or no question.
Oh my God,
All
Erica,
right, is it
scared.
religion? Is it based off of your religious beliefs? Yes or no?
yeah,
Okay, so it's not your religious beliefs. All right. At some point during your life, was there a woman who was pregnant with your child and decided not to keep the child?
no,
You said no?
I said no.
This is very
Were
interesting.
you the result of a failed abortion?
No,
Then what the hell is it?
I mean if y'all want, I can just tell you, or are you enjoying guessing?
I actually
Oh,
know. I think I'm gonna be the winning argument. Okay.
Go ahead.
There's there's this thing called
damn it.
it's actually a mental disease, so I hope I'm not offending anyone. It's called libertarianism, and
Oh my
they're all
ANCAP, ANCAPism.
it's very much tragic, and some people, especially men,
They never
they're
get better sometimes.
they never get better. They either get
It's
infected at
terminal.
the age of 17 or 16 or at the age of 35, 40. And there's
Oh,
nothing in
wait,
between.
Kiara, I know. And usually it's contracted in
A
uh
Discord server.
no, in 4chan.
That too.
It's a
That
city,
too.
4chan.
You can also get it in a Discord server.
Yeah. What a fun time to be alive.
What a world.
Sorry, I was like, I have to stop laughing to do the fancy mod announcement, but I've been
For a
cackling.
second, kind of understand where you're coming from with the whole abolitionist thing, although I wholeheartedly don't agree with it because I think that's insane.
Yeah, I mean, some of the places that we might agree is I mean, one of the biggest contributors I think that needs to be addressed and resolved is men. I mean,
Troll.
absent being an absent father, being a scumbag spouse, like all of those things, I think heavily contribute to a lot of the issues that we see, in society. And I think that if men were, raised to consider, hey, you are the one who should be feel the responsibility for a life that you bring into this world, that there would be fewer that would desire. I mean, if you look at just the
Yeah,
statistics
but
that even Planned Parenthood reports, I mean, a lack of financial stability is one of the top reasons that motivate
yeah, so rather
abortions.
than the issue is that you're trying to solve it just like the substances thing, the just say no to schmugs. That did
Yeah,
not work at all. Abolishing something does not help. If you
it
want to
doesn't.
actually reduce the number of ABs, you provide people with fucking paid childcare, paid maternity leave, a living wage. There are so many people that would probably have kids and more kids if they felt like they could support them. And now with
Yeah,
all these
I
AB
think that there's
restrictions, you have people that are having to make a decision quickly in 6 weeks instead of like waiting 20 weeks and being able to decide like, is this am I going to be on my own with this? Am I going to get that promotion I was waiting for? Like all these different things, like they have to make this rush decision. So it's actually increasing the rate of babies. So we've seen it in multiple different cases that abolition of stuff does not work.
I actually
Well,
have a study on that, Alina, if you're interested.
Ooh, go for
They
it.
have seen that once there is like more of a pressure on decision making, like Alina just described. So if there's, for example, a 6-week ban, women are more likely to then get the abortion rather than refrain from it, because the pressure added is obviously going to lead to rash decision making. I can pull up the
So,
study, but I'm currently like I have a milkworm currently stuck at
I
me.
can hear her.
oh,
Yeah,
I can hear her.
and
she's
then also,
in
Kiara,
mommy's milk.
another thing is that since 2022, when AB's the overturning of the Dobbs decision, the rate of abortions from states that do report has increased by 11%, and it's only going up.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
not.
Yeah. And I
It's
mean
not
that's the
going the way you
thing.
think it is.
It just seems like that the pro-choice people are actually here advocating for the reduction of abortion, because if you would ask like Erica Parker, Selena, and I, we are all advocating for free sex health education. We're all advocating for free access to contraceptives, universal health care, and economic structures that are conducive with people having children. There's studies that show that over 40% of abortions, the mother actually wanted to parent the child. And there's like extenuating circumstances, usually socioeconomics, that are infringing with their decision. So I absolutely advocate for the reduction of abortion, because I want people not only to make the choice to have an abortion, I want them to be able to make the choice to have a baby if they would like to.
so out of curiosity, do you think that when it comes to abortion, that intentions matter at all, or just
No,
any reason?
Um,
Because we can agree
that
that there are good things that can be made bad with bad
I
intentions, right?
yeah, I think, yeah, I
just
just don't think
fake.
that we can legislate that. Like I did have like a shower thought before where I was like, okay, there could be potentially ways that you could have a bad intention, but I don't think those are existent. That's just my imagination. That is very loud. But I think that abortions like they exist today are not a problem. They're not made out of bad intentions, and they're justifiable, and I would never legislate against that.
The
Ever.
problem is if you were to say like only in the case of rape, well, then you're gonna have a lot more people being accused of rape because women are trying to get out of this situation, understandably. You know,
Yeah, I would say,
Right.
yeah, that's the one thing I was gonna think of, and I think I honestly do believe that if you have an abortion based on the gender of your baby, I think that's fucked up. I'm sorry. I can't stand that. I get having gender
I can
preferences, I
agree with that.
understand, but I think that's actually weird. Like I don't you shouldn't do that.
So and you don't
And
think
then
that?
also, Antonio,
Mhm.
I was just gonna say, I don't think that the intent is important, nor should it matter.
thank you for
And the reason
subscribing.
is because, again, it's her body. She gets to do what she wants to do. I don't see why the intent is important, because then that's gonna lead back down to the morality argument, and I really hate those, because your morals aren't another person, and you shouldn't be forcing those onto anyone. And so then it
Well,
goes back to control
Thank you,
again.
Stephanie, for the $10
sure.
PayPal for the kitties. Appreciate you. For those of you guys that are
I
new to
say
me,
that with
I
love.
foster. Huh?
Sorry, I have a delay. I'm sorry.
Oh, um, I foster kittens, so like the money that I make through TikTok helps me foster kittens. Right now, I have 7 bottle babies and 1 adult cat in my care.
That's awesome. I always had cats growing up. I'm horribly allergic, but still love them. Now I love them from afar. Um, Erica, it sounded like you still had some more that you wanted to add on there.
Oh yeah, I totally forgot. I just think that
Oh, sorry.
it's a
Yeah.
that's okay. No, it's just a pathway that, like, asking does intent matter basically leads back to control, because it's gonna go into, well, I think because my morals are, and it's like, no, you just want to
Mhm.
control other people's bodies, and it's not for you to do so. That's it.
Right.
I
That's
really
right.
hate
So
these
we were
arguments.
You didn't say Eric,
so
other one Erica says that's it, that's all.
um
I love that so
so
much.
when it comes to right and wrong, morals, legality, things like that, I mean, would you be a some I don't know, like you do want certain things that are like legally required, and I'm guessing that you think that they should be legally required because they are either reprehensible or admonishable to the extent that you think that they should be enforced, right?
What's that last part?
Yeah, thank
I,
you.
I said you either think that something is reprehensible or admonishable to the extent that they should be enforced. So you either think something is so bad it
Well,
should be
there is
restricted,
an
or
yeah,
When it
sure, there is
infringes
an
on someone
extent.
else's body, but not when it infringes. Never mind. Go ahead, Kiara. I don't want to do this. I'm gonna
Yeah, I
shut
mean,
up.
like,
I'll be
no,
quiet.
no, you're right. I mean, Erica, go ahead. You got it.
So, no, like murder is reprehensible, if not
Mhm.
for self-defense. That's reprehensible because that is taking a living person. That is someone who has been born. That is a human being, a person who's
Yeah.
born. You're taking their
And
life.
he believes
That's
in DP.
reprehensible.
So
Yeah, and you believe in the death penalty. Like, dude, come on. You believe in DP.
Well,
Like,
you
be for
just said
real.
that. Wait, did you
he's a
did I
big
just hear
fan of
you say though
DP.
that you don't think that it's wrong if it's in self-defense? So the action of taking a life, the intent matters.
You're
She's not
not
the
Yeah,
one
so
taking
if
a
the
arguing.
intent is
life.
to save the mother's life, then great.
Well, again, I was just told that intent doesn't matter. I'm just trying to find the consistency and how that applies to this because it
Wait,
sounded like
You're
I
the
don't
one
think
that's
it's
saying
self-defense. What?
intent
The
matters. You're saying that
consistency.
if like
Mm-mm.
for DP that the unaliving that person is justifiable.
Right.
yeah.
And so I was just trying to make sure I heard Erica correctly that she said that unaliving someone in self-defense is okay. Because if that's so, then that would fall under intent matters. Taking someone's life, there are some
Yeah.
instances that are okay
Yeah,
depending
but
on
it's
the
like
situation
it's
and
not gonna
intent.
be. Yeah, I don't think you can legislate intent in a case of abortion. Like, firstly,
You can.
it's like it literally not you cannot prove it. Like, if I go based on my example, for example, like with the whole like you would have an abortion based on your baby's gender. Like, I think that's wrong. Like, I don't think if you want a baby, you should be okay with having either or, right? Like, that's not okay. Not to say that you can't have a gender preference. Again, I'm just saying, like,
Mhm.
if you aborted as a result. I just don't think that I can legislate that because that's firstly not something that I can evaluate. I can't know. And to me, not wanting to be pregnant is good enough. So if they just say, "Hey, I just don't want to be pregnant anymore," then that's fine. Like, I don't think I can legislate that.
Yeah, and I mean there would be people that are pro-choice that would actually, and I think you know this, that would disagree with you and say that having an abortion based on gender is perfectly fine,
Yeah, that's
because
okay. And I don't
better not to be born.
No.
I don't care, and I don't care about that. That's why I'm saying it cannot be legislated because I cannot possibly prove intent of an abortion, and
Mhm.
any legislation that is put it in that is against abortion can be potentially used to create a barrier. Because then we could say, for example, that the father can accuse the mother that that's exactly what she was doing. You can like he can say, oh yeah, she said that she doesn't want a boy and that's why she had an abortion, boom. And I don't
Oh
think that
yeah,
there should be
no, I
anything like
agree.
that, like no
I agree.
leeway.
The
I don't think that
the
women
only
should be
consistent
legislated in that.
Yeah, the only consistent stances would be pro-choice, all 9 months, any reason, or abolitionist. Anything else would be inconsistent for that exact reason.
What's this whole consistent thing that you're looking for? Why do you think that things are so black and white?
Well, it's not about things being black and white, but it's about things being
Sounds
true or
like it.
false, right? So if
Oh my
I
god.
mean, do you think that all truth is subjective, or are there
Oh,
objective
okay,
truths to be
okay.
had?
I'm
You
taking
Here
a
know?
we
pause. We're
go.
taking a pause. We're
Here
taking a
we
pause.
go.
All right, goons. You know what time it is. Guys, gals, non binary pals. Whether you strutted in here with confidence or tripped over your own rage at the patriarchy, welcome to the live where bodily autonomy is non negotiable, women thrive, and tiny kittens sharpen their claws for the revolution. Who's at the helm of this beautifully chaotic rebellion? None other than our teal haired menace to misogyny, Miss Selena Mina. Bow down to the queen of goons. Alina isn't just serving looks, she's serving hard facts,
What kid
swift
am I?
clapbacks, and a safe space for every femme, ally, and feline freedom fighter. With a panel of wildly educated women, they drag ignorance into the spotlight, rip it apart with receipts sharper than a cat's claws, and this live is where we defend choice, autonomy, and justice with wit, wisdom, and absolutely zero patience for patriarchal philosophical nonsense. And this is how you fuel the movement because y'all, we slowed down and I get why. It was sleepy time, we all took a break, but we got to get back to it. We are going to tap this screen like you're punching holes through every law that tries to control women's bodies. Every tap is a vote for choice, freedom, and a future where we own our decisions. Share the live, those have slowed down too, but also as stage mom Erica tells us, don't spam. But share the live because the right to choose shouldn't be whispered, it should be shouted from every digital rooftop. Flood the space with voices louder than the people trying to silence us. And be sure to gift the host and panel because fighting the reproductive rights, dismantling toxic systems, and raising tiny kitten anarchists takes work. Whether it's roses, galaxies, sparkly donuts, support the mission, watch the revolution glow. Right now we have hand hearts. Let's hit that goal, please and thank you. And do not forget about the Cash App. We have $110 left in today's Cash App goal. It is tried and trending, and those funds... Ooh. And those funds... Really? That's lovely. Are not just for kitten care, it keeps this platform loud, proud, and pro-choice. Your support makes sure Alina stays exactly where she belongs, and that would be front and center in the fight for freedom. Drink your water, because revolutionaries don't run on rage alone, hydration, or abdication. Go sip. Also, remember to breathe. Don't fall asleep, but breathe, because the fight is long and we're very strong. Inhale hope, exhale oppression. So goons, allies, accidental wanderers, tap the like button until your screen begs for mercy, share the live with everyone who needs a reminder that choice is a right, and let's keep building a world where women win, kittens reign, and the patriarchy crumbles. Oh, I feel better now.
That was amazing. Oh my goodness. And whenever I tapped on your profile and saw author, like it all made sense. I want to read something that you've written that was worded really well.
That is the
Anyways,
most
sorry.
animated that he's been this entire life. That's crazy.
It really
W.
has,
Parker's in
and
the
you
chat.
probably don't
Well,
want to read
I'm
this.
getting off of work. Okay, I'm sorry, but it made me feel like I was listening to the beginning of a really awesome D&D section or something session. That was awesome.
So it was
If you haven't
4chan.
already, B wants you to look right at the cam because she has it. They have a gift for you.
Ooh.
B, one of our comrades, a different B. You have her attention.
I don't like when you guys do this. Weird.
I don't know what's happening, but I feel like it's gonna be fancy.
Making eye contact with myself is weird. How long am I supposed to do this for?
Forever.
Well, I am arriving home.
See?
Thank
Look
you
how you
guys
made
for
it. No,
staying.
wait. We want to talk to you,
What?
Erica. Did you have one more last thing to tell him?
Oh, one more last thing to tell him. No, I can't actually think of anything witty, but I can tell you that my intent is to abort you. And I just did. I was so fucking tired of that guy.
It'd be Erica. Erica sent the abortion bill.
Oh my god, thank you, Erica.
Tired of him. And then like he finally shows that he has an actual personality at the end. Oh my god.
Well, we were right. It was 4chan because you heard him say the D&D thing.
Oh Lord. That was a lot.
What am I looking for? What's happening?
I don't
Getting
know.
weird.
I don't know. Maybe they got
know how
distracted.
weird it is? Weird it is to just stare at yourself on this screen.
I mean, y'all so pretty. I do stare at you actually for hours at a time, so it's not that weird to me.
Fucking deep eye contact with yourself.
Well, listen, I'm sure D&D is a lovely thing.
D&D is fun, but I say that just as like because I like stories and I like fucking with other narrators, and that's basically what it is.
Nice. Did you Because, the only thing, not the only thing, because I could talk
Ooh,
about some
thank you,
stuff.
Tia. That's cute.
Oh, that's so pretty.
You don't even know what D&D is?
It's Dungeons and Dragons.
Dix and Dash. Dix and
Yeah.
Dash.
Oh my God.
Dick and Dash.
So we are pro DP, but not
That's what
pro
we're calling it.
D&D?
That's what we're calling it from now on. Ladies. And all femme presenting people.
A better D&D.
The better D&D.
Can I stop looking at the screen now, or?
Dicks and Dash.
I think it's okay. I think they'll do it later.
Well, don't do it when I fall asleep, inevitably. But yeah, big W in the chat for Erica for that abortion.
Is Elaine okay in the chat?
I don't know.
Okay, I realize now I happened onto lesbian tryst. Sorry, ladies. Enjoy it, but I'm not your type.
How do you know?
The implication is that we're all lesbians. Oh, okay.
Oh.
I didn't realize that.
I'm actually tragically hetero. Tragically.
Well, Erica is my, I think, platonic sister wife.
Yes, very much so, yes.
And I am pan as hell, but I don't actually flirt with the three of y'all.
Parkers, I have a question. Do you sometimes just use bisexual because you're tired of explaining pansexual?
100%, yeah.
I've been doing it this morning because there was this one guy on the panel that was just so incredibly dumb. I'm like, okay, I'm
Hi,
not
Jessica
gonna
Simone. I know I don't say it as cool as Erica does.
Coconuts in the chat! I finally get to say it. Dude for Jessica
Simone. I can't say it that loud.
Motherfucking Jessica Simone.
Let me try. Drop some motherfucking coconuts in the chat from Jessica Simone. I tried. I'm at work. I can't be loud.
That was so precious.
Now watch you get sent to HR for cursing. Good job.
No.
I want something like a coconut. What do you guys see me as an emoji? What can we drop in the chat when I come through?
Cats.
I love that one of my favorite emojis is the disco ball, but I don't want to say drop some balls in the chat.
Please,
when I come
say drop some balls in the chat. Please.
We need something else. The cat emoji, but there's more than one cat emoji.
Okay.
Doesn't matter. Just please. There are more than one hearts. I do hearts. Just drop some hearts in the chat.
Erica does hearts. Jessica does coconuts.
Cool. Why wouldn't you want to say
Hector likes it or not, we do the Easter Island statues for him.
Drop some cats in the chat for Alina.
I'm saying.
But there's more than one cat in there. And I'm not like y'all. I'm a dog person.
Mouse.
Just FYI.
Crowns? But you're so pretty in
my most used emoji is the
eyes. Drop some eyes in the chat. Drop some side eyes in the chat, y'all.
But to me, it's not a side eye. It's like oh, what's going on there?
I wish there was
who's here. That's like my favorite emoji. Like it says so many things. It says, "Oh, you seen this? Who's here? Look at this. What's going on here?"
Nosy?
I love that. I'm so nosy.
It is very nosy.
Yeah.
Don't drop noses in the
Drop
chat,
some side. Yeah.
Different.
From now on, that's gonna be my emoji. Thank you, Jessica Simone.
Oh, thank you, Jessica.
Or some balls. You want to drop some balls in the chat? Drop some balls in the chat.
Balls and eyes, y'all. Balls and eyes.
I thankfully have the chair that will ever for always be with me, I fear.
Fuck yeah.
Look at DG dropping balls.
Later.
I think I'll take the middle finger emoji. Drop some middle fingers in the chat for Parkers.
I can't wait.
Not the eggplant too. You said dick and balls.
I stand by it.
Oh, I cannot wait to go live tonight. It's gonna be so much fun. I'm like, y'all drop some balls in the chat for Alina. People are gonna
It's
be
gonna be great.
confused.
You know,
So
whatever.
confused.
Whatever you guys feel like. Not the scissors.
We gonna be
The scissors are like it's
some
when there's the
scissors.
crossover.
Yeah.
When we have gloves, not just goons or levs, but gloves.
I guessed. What's up?
Hey, what's going on?
Five,
So,
6.
when you say libs, why are you meat riders for white supremacy? Are you saying that liberalism entails white supremacy?
Sure.
Oh, okay.
But
And
but also libs.
yeah, and what's the argument that liberalism entails white supremacy?
Do you disagree with this?
Yeah, I
Hi,
do.
Erica. Okay, so why?
Yeah, I haven't given an argument for it.
Why
And I have
do you
pretty
disagree
good
with it?
reason. I have pretty good reason to disagree with it.
This is a question. Is it not a question? So you would come up and answer the question.
Oh, it's a loaded question. So there's a false presupposition in
You're unable to answer a loaded question?
Wait,
Are
okay.
you just not smart
How about
enough?
you answer this question? Why did you beat up a black man last night? Why did you do that? Does that make any sense? No, because of course you didn't beat up a black man. So the question.
Well, no, I was home.
So yeah,
I was
exactly.
home. So
So you're making a false.
unless I had some kind of like bath salt experience that I
Yeah.
don't know about,
Exactly.
but
Why would
how is
you?
this similar question?
Why would you? Why would
Because
you?
here's the difference. I wouldn't be requesting an alive if I didn't in fact beat up a black man.
No, wait. Do you understand the point?
If the question was like, why did you beat up a black man? I wouldn't be requesting if I didn't actually do that. So why are you requesting if you don't have an answer to this question?
Yeah, because it's a false presupposition. So do you want me to explain to you why it's a false presupposition?
No, I want you to just answer the fucking question or leave.
So just to be clear, you don't have an argument for
Answer
that.
the question or leave.
And that's going to be a false dichotomy.
I'm not a lib. So I'm not a meat writer for white supremacy. So
I'm a liberal, but I'm not a meat rider for white supremacy. So what
that
exactly,
you think of, but
yeah,
I'm sure you
I
are.
believe in equal rights.
Who's your favorite? Who are your favorite creators on this app?
Dean Parker. Pretty cool guys.
Jokes write themselves.
They're not
Jokes write themselves.
cool guys. They would never say anything bad. And what exactly is
They would never say anything bad.
Of course not.
Didn't Dean used to say the N word?
Well, that was him, but when he's a completely different person now. You know what I mean?
Oh, is it kind of like how your skin cells change every 7 years? That kind of thing.
It's just the way that personal identity under a humane view is not constant, but it's ever changing. You're just a different person every single second.
Hey, Liv, do you believe that after like 7 years, because you have entirely new cells and you're essentially a new person, then anything that you did before then doesn't count?
That's not an intelligent.
No, I think we learn and grow, but doesn't erase what we've done in the past.
Wait, but does anyone genuinely have an argument for how liberalism entails white supremacy, or no?
Liv, are you a meat writer for white supremacy?
No, I vehemently despise all forms of white supremacy and capitalism in and of itself, which is a part of the white
Capitalism does
supremacy.
not. Wait, capitalism obviously does not entail white supremacy. I hope we know that.
You must be joking.
Wait, what?
This has to be a troll,
Capitalism
right?
can exist.
What is this?
Capitalism can exist without race. So obviously,
When the modern form of capitalism as we know it today, when did it start?
What? Wait, let's just talk about capitalism in general, and what the ideology is.
Sure, give me any other time in human history.
Property. It's a belief in the private owns of the means of production. That belief, an economic system based off that. You think of that entails racism, even though it could exist independent of race. So what exactly is going to
What was the first form of capital in this country?
That's not relevant to what capitalism is.
It is relevant.
No,
What is the first
capitalism
form?
Capitalism can exist absent those things, right? Well, unless you don't think it can, that's just going to require an argument.
The first form.
That's just not.
Let's just get clear on our definition. So, what do you think capitalism is? Sorry, this is just going to be a very, very quick question to answer. So, what exactly is meant by capitalism?
What's the first one?
Maybe I don't even understand. When you say capitalism capitalism entails white supremacy, I might not even know what you mean because I just don't know what capitalism means. So, could you just clarify your meaning?
Are you just dumb?
How about you answer this question?
Are you just dumb? You haven't answered a single question. You haven't answered a single question I've said. Not one question.
Wait, why can't you answer the question? Because you don't understand the meaning. I don't understand the meaning of what you're saying. So if
So
you
you're
could just
just
clarify the
dumb?
meaning, then I'll be able to answer the question. Wait,
Kiara, do you
haven't you
understand the
answered this
meaning of it?
question?
Of
Well,
this
I don't
this
know what you mean by
background, this concept?
capitalism. I don't know what you mean by capitalism. So
Kiara?
maybe if we could just agree on
She's
what
busy. All
capitalism
right,
is,
Parkers, do you
then
understand the meaning of this background
Yep.
and the concept?
That's why.
All right.
Yeah, I was like, that's why I didn't come
What
can I,
about
back
you,
going
Liv?
oh, can
asking
I
about
ask
it because I
Parker's
knew it didn't
question?
apply to me.
Can I
We
ask
could
Parker's
give
question?
him a dictionary, like we can crowdfund maybe if he has
Yeah.
struggles with words.
Well, I think a
You want to
very
talk about the
accurate
word? Sure.
definition of capitalism is, essentially some type of market that's going to be organized around, the private means of production. And I don't think that anything about this would entail racism, especially because these things can exist without race,
Sure.
right? Presumably, you could have private property.
Capitalism in this country has never existed without race, though.
That's not
And we're
Capitalism
relevant.
talking about the
globally.
United
Wait,
States.
it's not relevant
Capitalism
because the
globally
question is
hasn't
whether
hasn't
That is
existed.
true.
the question is
Because
whether
yeah.
capitalism entails racism. That's going to be the question. So it doesn't matter.
Where has capitalism existed without race?
What? It's not relevant. Wait, if you say that X entails Y, that means for all X, obviously. For all X, there exists a
So
Y.
You said that racism is not needed for capitalism. So
Yeah, because there
give me an
can't be.
example of somewhere where racism was not a factor in capitalism.
Yeah, I mean, I could just give a hypothetical for this since you're
No,
saying.
give an actual example. Like
Wait,
you
but
just
you said
said
it
that
can't.
it didn't
Wait, so
need to
when you
be.
say it can't happen, you're making a modal claim, right? You're saying it's not possible. So all I have to do to take down the possibility claim is just give a possible instance.
You have no friends in real life, do you?
Sure.
Wait, so do you think that aliens could
You don't have any
practice
friends in real
capitalism?
life, do you? Because if you
Well,
had
we'll
friends in
just
real life,
calm
they would
down
have beat
there.
your ass by now
We'll just calm down there.
for
So,
acting like
do
this
you
and
think
talking
that?
like this and not having an actual personality. Do you know how to have a conversation? Like a normal conversation with a human being.
You want me to talk
Someone that
slower?
actually has like a real life, that doesn't live in their mom's basement, that has real life friends and real life coworkers.
Do you
Do
want me to talk
you?
slower for you?
It's not
I
about
think
talking slower.
Oh,
he's
so
proven the
you understand
background
what
that
I'm saying, and you're just resorting
I
to
know.
rhetoric because you're getting blown the fuck out on substance. Is that correct?
Yeah, so here's the thing, modality. Liberals uphold YT supremacy by doing this, by being performative, by tokenizing, by gatekeeping activism, by maintaining the status quo, which actually also centers your whiteness and also emphasizes how economic policies, i.e., capitalism, that seems to support progressive or still progressive tendencies, but still perpetuates racial wealth gaps, like opposing reparations or ignoring how systemic inequalities affect housing, education, employment, reinforce those racial disparities. Like that's how all of that ties in. Now,
You think
do
that
you
if
feel
X
better?
and Y exist at the same time, this means that Y is
Oh
necessarily an
Jesus
entailment of
fucking
X?
Christ! Philibros are the worst because they
That's
don't
just gonna be
actually
a yes
So
or
address
I'm
a
the
pretty
no.
sure
question.
Liv has been trying to talk a couple times. So, hi Liv, how you doing?
So the question is X
I
and
Hey,
missed
Y.
you, bestie.
I
Let
miss you
me
too,
send you
bestie.
some pictures of your niece later. Modality.
Yes,
Shit.
please.
All right, let's
Please.
go ahead.
Yeah, so but like I just think you're not operating within reality. And I think this conversation isn't about a hypothetical or philosophical debate, but the way our society has been set up and moved for generations,
Okay,
right?
so that's fine. Then all I need you guys to do is walk back the statement that capitalism entails white supremacy and maybe adjust it to say that, typically when capitalism exists, white supremacy exists.
Well,
Or
no,
in
No.
other cases,
no,
capitalism
no,
or supremacy. But
no.
to say that it's an entailment,
Unfortunately, the white supremacy is what created capitalism. So they're
wait, 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 wait. Okay, I'm just gonna ask a yes or no question here. Maybe this will help. So if X and Y exist at the same time, does that mean that Y is an entailment of X? And that's just
Hold up. The way you phrased that implies that Liv and anyone else didn't understand what was being said. And we did, but you didn't. And that's why you were like, here, let me try to rephrase because you're lost. And that's not an us problem.
just a yes or no question.
Liv, I'm
Yeah.
gonna go ahead and mod you so you can control this little dweeb in this conversation because I gotta go put something in the oven and he's not gonna shut
Okay.
the fuck up.
Does that follow?
Yeah. So listen,
Okay.
my modality. Like, are we going to operate within our current time and space?
I look when you say that X entails Y, you're making a claim about possibility. You're
No, I
talking
didn't
about
say
in all
entails.
possible cases of
I
X,
didn't.
X
I
entails
didn't. I didn't say entails. I didn't say entails. I said X caused Y. It's a very different word that caused. That white supremacy caused capitalism, or white supremacy created capitalism. I like created
I
actually.
don't disagree with any of those things. The
Okay, yeah,
very
white
point of
supremacy created it.
oh, No, the point of contention here is that someone said that capitalism entailed white supremacy. Maybe they were like,
I never said that.
no, I know you didn't say that.
Yeah,
I
okay,
was
great.
smart enough.
We're in agreement that white supremacy created capitalism, and
Oh, okay.
capitalism
And are we also
is
in
an
agreement?
economic system used to suppress and to oppress Black, Indigenous, and people of color globally.
And we're also in agreement that capitalism doesn't entail white supremacy.
Fucking God.
It reinforces white supremacy. Like you
Wait,
keep
how
using
is
this
it?
word entails.
Okay, I
It
don't. It
reinforces,
entails.
and the utility of capitalism is to oppress Black, Indigenous, and people of color
An entailment
globally.
is like it follows if the antecedent is present. So like if X
Sure.
then Y, so if X happens, then Y will follow. So
Hmm.
if capitalism happens, I'm not convinced that necessarily white supremacy will happen because I believe capitalism can occur
Sure.
without race even existing.
How are you defining white supremacy?
As the belief or idea that white people are superior to other races.
Okay, great. So if capitalism degrades only Black, Indigenous, and people of color, and not harms white and does not harm white people, right? Wouldn't it uphold that specific ideology?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah. I said that if capitalism its main function, its utility from its inception, is created to oppress Black, Indigenous, and people of color globally,
Mm-hmm.
right, and not do this to white people,
Mm-hmm.
right? It would uphold that ideology.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's an entailment.
I never said it was an entailment. You keep
Okay, wait,
saying
so
that.
why don't you just agree with me
Wait
that
a
it's
second.
not?
Did I ever say anything about it being an entailment? Did I ever say an entailment?
You didn't say it was an entailment, but a lot
Okay,
of
so
Nobody's
yeah, so
actually
why are
used
you?
that word. Even I use perpetuating,
I
not
guess I can
entail.
say feminine friends on this line.
Hey, don't try to punch down on women now you getting cooked in this debate. Don't do that. Stay up here with me. Talk to
Just don't,
me.
how about you just don't mute me and then we can have a fair conversation?
Well, don't try to punch down on women who have been
So
on mute.
look, your confused friends here thought that it was an entailment to
Look at you.
capitalism.
Look, you're trying to
So either
gaslight, and
you defend the proposition that they affirmed,
now you're running
or
from
you
me.
concede that they were
You're
wrong.
just
Those are the
running
two
from
things
me.
that you can do here. What am I
You're
running
just
from?
running from me.
Wait, I don't disagree with you.
You're just running from me.
The only
Okay, I'll
thing that
take
I'm
the
committed
concession.
to is that white supremacy is not entailed by liberalism. That's the only proposition that I'm committed to here.
But liberals uphold capitalism.
That doesn't
That's
matter.
like one of
That
that's one
doesn't
of
mean
the.
it's an entailment. Again,
Wait a minute. You just have to just ground that. I don't understand what you're saying
oh,
now
so you
because you
do
just
think it's an entailment.
contradicted. No, you just contradicted yourself.
Wait, what was the premise and the negation of the premise that I'm committed to? Go ahead.
Okay, great. So what you specifically said is that, and you agreed to this, that white supremacy created, when my position, white supremacy created capitalism,
Sure, I
right?
can grant
And
it.
you also agree that capitalism, its innate function is to punch down on Black, Indigenous, and people of color, right? While not doing that thing to white people. You agreed to this.
Oh,
And now you're
innate?
saying that
Wait, no, I don't
liberals,
agree. It's
and
an innate
now you're
function.
saying, and now
Uh,
you're saying, and now you're saying that liberals who uphold capitalism are not punching down on Black, Indigenous, and people of color,
Precisely
but
what
that's
you
a
mean
function of
by
capitalism.
what do you mean
That
by
doesn't
innate?
make sense.
What do you mean by innate function? What do you mean by innate function?
The function of capitalism, the utility of it, and how it was created and designed to
Wait,
operate within a society.
so how something is created is somehow innate. The way in which something was
It's
created.
innate. It's innate because it's a social construct ingratiated into our
Wait, you think social
society.
constructs can be innate? Do you know what the
Yeah,
word innate
all
means?
social constructs are innate to human beings in society. All social constructs are a part of society and
Oh my
civilization.
god. Okay, you're just very
Wait a minute. Name, show me a society that doesn't have a social construct.
what? Wait, do you know what the word innate means?
Show me a
No,
society.
I agree that in order to have a social construct, you need a society or whatever. Sure, that's not the question. The question is whether social constructs are innate. And by the way you're talking, it seems like you're a very confused individual and you don't know what the word innate means.
Sure, define it.
The word innate is just going to be something that happens like genetically. It has nothing to do with social
Um,
factors.
yeah, so
No.
it's natural, meaning it's a function of how we operate within society. It's a natural function within
No,
that system. I understand what innate
something that
means.
happens due to genetics, like
Sure,
some
but I'm not using it in
like
that way.
Down
I'm
syndrome
specifically
is like
talking
innate.
about, but yeah, again, language is subjective. Let's stop that. That's semantics. Like, stop running from an actual conversation and engage with what's actually being said.
Okay, so just to be
Obviously,
clear,
obviously, obviously, when we're talking about the biological aspects of being innate, no, we're talking about specifically social constructs and what is innate to a social construct.
Say innate, do you mean that it always happens?
Yes. This is based in the grounded in basic
Yeah.
sociology, structural functionalism, sir.
So just
This
to
is
be
basic
clear,
sociology.
whenever capitalism happens, white supremacy happens.
Yes.
So capitalism does entail white supremacy. So you're
Never
now
made that
affirming the
argument.
proposition that you were trying
No.
to deny this entire
I
conversation.
never
So why
no,
don't you
no,
go ahead and
Slim.
give an argument for it now?
Listen,
He
friend.
just spit so hard in his phone. I just know it's wet.
I know, like that is just so wild. That's never been my claim. Like you're arguing, you want me to argue someone else's point.
Okay, look, I'm just gonna
Dummy.
ask you a series of yes or no questions. Try to try.
Listen, friend. You're asking me to argue a claim that someone else made.
Asking you to either reject the claim.
No, friend, because the prompt is about the background and how libs uphold white supremacy, right? And the way they do that, as we've already said, is through capitalism. Because a part of being a liberal is upholding capitalism. And if you uphold capitalism, you uphold
The
white
dispute
supremacy,
is whether
meaning that you are a meat rider for white supremacy. Like you literally just conceded, friend. Like there's no even there's no way out of this at this point. Take the concession.
the conditional statement, which means you affirm that there's an entailment, and you're not giving an argument for the entailment because you're scared. You're a coward. You're too scared to do that.
I know, I know. So wait a minute. So if I will do that for you, but I need you to do something for me. Okay? Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. What I want you to concede to the fact that you are a liberal who is a meat rider for white supremacy.
The argument for that?
Everything that you just said in the past 5 minutes.
That's not an argument.
Okay. All right. So we can just go on everything that you just said, that you agree that white supremacy created capitalism. You agree that capitalism functions to disparage Black, Indigenous, and people of color, and it
When you
doesn't
say
do this to
function, you said
specifically doesn't specifically do this to white people. You also agree that capitalism is a part of being a liberal. So if you are in fact a liberal who upholds capitalism, you also uphold white supremacy. And so I need you to concede to that point that you are a meat rider for white supremacy. Then we can engage in any debate that you want. But I want you to say it with a lot of spit in your mouth. Like I'm all
like, look,
okay.
just because capitalism has done bad things to people of color doesn't mean that's going to be inherent to the system. Again, you're getting confused. Just because X and Y is true doesn't mean that X entails Y. You still have to give some argument for the entailment, which you have failed to do in this conversation.
Now I have to give an argument for the entailment.
Give an argument for the entailment, but then you said if capitalism, then white supremacy. You said white supremacy always follows, and when you say it always follows, you're saying if X then Y, which is a conditional statement, which is going to be identical to an entailment. So why don't you go ahead and argue for the entailment?
Why would I have to argue for the entailment when I said listen, and I said I would argue for the entailment, but I want you to agree with me that you're a meat rider for white supremacy.
But that's
And I
only
want
going
you
to
to
be
say it
true.
with a lot of spit in your mouth.
But that's only going to be true if it's the case that it's an entailment, which I'm
Okay,
not
but
convinced that
listen.
is.
I don't listen. I gave you my conditions, okay? I gave you the conditions. Like I will absolutely debate the entailment if you like. That's very simple, right? What I want you to do though is get a lot of hawk a loogie in your mouth and say that, oh, I'm a meat rider for white
You're
supremacy.
basically saying we can agree, we can debate that God exists
I
once
can hear the post nasal drip. I know that that's
yeah,
uncomfy.
I'll just
It's
talk slower.
coming.
Like you're saying basically like we can debate whether God exists once you agree that God created the rainbows. So what you want me to agree to is already assuming the truth of the thing that we disagree
Well,
with.
no, I won't.
So you're
No, I
asking me
won't.
to
I
be a
won't
bad faith
assume.
interlocutor
No,
right now.
listen.
What is wrong with you?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Listen, because I'm not going to take it. I'm not going to take you saying it as if you actually believe the statement. I just want myself and the 250 people, Elena, Parker's, and Kiara, to hear you say, I'm a meat rider for white supremacy.
By the way, y'all, he's the only one that's allowed to call me Elena. Don't even try.
Just to be clear, you're just being bad faith right now.
That's like a pet name now. That's like a nickname now. It's like our thing. And my
You're the only
camera's
one
off,
that's
but I'm
allowed to call
doing.
me.
Just to be
Thank you.
clear, you're not actually engaging in good faith, like remotely. You're actually asking me to commit a fallacy. You want me to derail the conversation and engage in a red herring? What is wrong with you? You want me to
I
derail the
wouldn't.
conversation? What
Let's
the
see how
Oh,
many
so
hell?
you
big.
just don't want to
Let's see
say
how many
it.
other big words he can jam
He
in there.
wants, guys, this guy wants me
Mhm.
to derail the conversation. He's a fundamentally bad faith interlocutor. What's wrong with this guy?
How was that even
I don't
bad
even know why
faith,
he's
friend?
arguing the background because he literally meat rides Dean hardcore. Like all his reposts are Dean. So like
That's my boy.
You one of those guys.
Meat Rider for white
That
supremacy.
sucks, bro. You gotta be, man, you gotta have your own identity, bro. You can't live through other people. Like, you're a literal meat rider for white supremacy and a meat rider of D. Okay, if you're not gonna say you're a meat rider for white supremacy, can you say, "Oh, I'm a meat rider for D"?
This guy.
What? I mean, you gotta at least say something, bro. We gotta come to some form of
The first time that he's actually speechless, Liv, was when you told him to gargle it.
Hello? All right. I'm not sure if there's any more utility in having this conversation.
He's gonna run now.
You couldn't give an
Well,
argument for the entailment. That's the only thing I'm really interested in discussing.
sure. How? Sure. How
Pending.
would you like the argument for the entailment? What would you expect me to do? I don't understand what you mean.
Okay. So just explain to me why it's the case that maybe it's analytically true that capitalism consists of white supremacy, because that would be sufficient for an entailment, or maybe there's some other method you want to use.
No, that's not why I think that it exists. Actually,
So
that's
why
not
do you
why.
think it's an entailment then?
Hold on a second. I gotta answer this text message. Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm working now. You got me doing 2 jobs.
I'm gonna need every goon to check the live chat in Discord now because I did clip it and it is preserved.
Which part? The Meat Rider?
Spitty bits.
Yes. Oh my God. Yes. Hey, we need to talk too, by the way, because I want to get all three of you, not modality. Um, the new hoodies I have.
Oh,
Yes.
Ooh.
the crack one.
Oh, I got that one, but this one is. Um,
Which one?
so, really quick. I'm gonna show you really quick. It's really good. It's really good.
Hell yeah.
And so I'm thinking like a game, like a waffle type thing where people just throw in $10 and then we get the gift. And I didn't know which letter to put.
Oh,
I
I like
didn't
that one.
know. I didn't know
This is
which letter to put.
brilliant.
I had no idea. So I just put them both up there.
I mean, either or, it works.
No, this is so good. Is it available
Yeah.
now?
Yes, it's a link tree in my bio. The last cookout.
Fuck yeah.
Hmm. If you order
Yeah,
it, let me
that,
know though, because I'll make a discount code for you.
okay.
Um.
I wish I lived somewhere cold. My time frame of wearing sweats is gone.
All right.
I live
I
in
have friends that
Satan's
are innately
butthole.
cold. I'm gonna need like 4 of them.
All
It's
right.
modality
So
trying to figure out his
Okay. So
life.
what's premise one? Maybe you want to give it formally. I
okay,
know
here.
that for people who have learning disabilities, it's very effective to use premises as a way to not get yourself off topic.
Okay. All right. So premise one. Any socio-economic system that relies and perpetuates historically entrenched racial hierarchies is a white supremacist system. Premise two, capitalism is a socio-economic system that relies and perpetuates historically entrenched racial hierarchies. Conclusion, therefore, capitalism is a white supremacist system. Is that okay?
The conclusion of the argument is supposed to be that capitalism entails white supremacy. So let's try that again.
That was never my argument.
To be clear, agreed that if
That wasn't my argument.
okay, I guess
Wait a
that's
second. Wait a second. Am I being gaslit here? Because I specifically never
Yeah.
said entails.
As Erica would say, you're being gaslighted.
I'm gaslit. All right, so engage with the art because I didn't even give an argument, bro.
okay. You said if capitalism, then white supremacy, right?
No,
Oh, so you think that capitalism can exist without white supremacy?
no, I never made any of those claims.
Wait, just to be clear, do you affirm that capitalism can exist without white supremacy?
Oh my god.
I
And
just
that's
want to
just going to
Capitalism,
be a
clarify
yes or
one.
no
I just want
question.
to clarify one
capitalism.
quick dishonest point that was just made. So The predicate, white supremacy, has been made as a conclusion of the system, capitalism. So capitalism has the attribute of being white supremacist. That predicate is a direct entailment, which means that you cannot divorce capitalism from white supremacy. Ergo, even though it's not Liv's point, capitalism does entail white supremacy.
Just to be clear, Liv, you affirm that the predicate of white supremacy is always true of capitalism in all logically possible scenarios?
I'm sorry, say that again. I wasn't listening. I'm at work.
That the predicate of white supremacy is always true of capitalism in all logically possible scenarios?
So listen, the time for questioning is over. Like you can either disagree with one of the premises, make some sort of objection to the form of the argument. Maybe there's some mistake in the inference rule that was followed, or I don't know what to tell you. Like this isn't a modal
And what was the inference
argument.
rule that Liv used? I just want to make sure you're tracking.
This isn't like a modal like argument, just so you know.
Yeah, no, it's just a predicate logic inference rule. And what inference rule was that?
Okay, so in this particular case, if there's an error in the form of the argument, I'd like to hear what that is.
The argument's obviously valid.
Okay, great.
Question is
So
whether it's sound.
so the question now becomes irrelevant. Is there some issue of soundness? Is there some premise that you disagree with?
Well, again, I'm unclear on what exactly the conclusion is. I tried
what
to
do you
ask a
think?
clarifying question
Hold on.
about what the conclusion was.
If the question is what is the inference rule, and you've already agreed that the argument is valid, then that entails having a valid inference rule. So we're done there.
I
If
agree
you have a
it's
question
valid.
about the conclusion,
Well, I guess, well, it'd be, I have a question about what exactly he means when he says capitalism is a white supremacist system. If he's just saying that it can be, or if he's saying that it necessarily is.
no,
Just gonna be the question.
this is not a modal. This is not a modal argument. Like clearly, it's not a modal argument. It's not a
Oh,
possible.
wait, so he believes, wait, so wait, if it's not about
It
argument,
is.
then
Hold on.
he agrees it's not.
Hold on. I don't want you to interrupt me again. So now the question becomes, when the conclusion says that capitalism has within it the predicate of being a white supremacist system, like predicate, this is the is of predication, right? Capitalism is a white supremacist system. So similar to like how an apple is round, it has the predicate of being round. So that is an entailment now. So now, for the
Fine.
first time, what is the issue with the argument?
Oh, so when he says capitalism is white supremacy, he's saying that this is a predicate that always obtains. Okay, so let's just hear the argument again. Which premise one?
Liv, do you want to give him the argument again? He's working.
Okay, Jeff, do you want to recite it?
From what I heard, I'll give you kind of like a synopsis. Premise one being a socioeconomic system that perpetuates racial hierarchies and marginalization as a white supremacist system. Capitalism is such a socioeconomic system, therefore capitalism is a white supremacist system.
And by saying it's a white supremacist system, you're saying it's always the case it's a white supremacist system because it's a predicate that always obtains. So what's going to be the argument for premise one?
Do you want the argument for which premise?
Premise one? Okay, look, it has initial plausibility because typically when someone says something's a white supremacist system, they're just saying it typically is, or, in this context it is. But if you're saying it always is a white supremacist concept because you're saying that the predicate always obtains, then obviously it's a very problematic premise. So
So listen, hold on, time out. So you can have an issue with premise two, but premise one is just an analytic truth. That's just the definition of a white supremacist system as we know it.
No, but by white supremacist system, you don't just mean like a system in this context that's white supremacist. You're saying a system that's necessarily white supremacist.
Yes, when you have a system. Hold on, time out. Stop.
Oh my God,
when you have a system that relies on and perpetuates racial hierarchies, that is by definition a white supremacist system. Therefore, that premise one is just analytically true. That's it.
It could
I
just
have a
be an
question. I have a
accidental. It
really
could
quick
just be
question.
an accidental
I got a
property.
really
Not
quick
No, it's not
question.
an
necessarily true.
accidental. Listen.
Wait, so what's the argument that it's an intrinsic
Hold on,
property?
hold on. What do you think analytic truth is? You invoke the term.
Yeah, an analytic truth is something that's true by definition.
Okay, so
Obviously, it's
I
not.
am defining, stop talking. I'm defining a white supremacist system as one that relies on and perpetuates racial hierarchies.
Oh, then you're just equivocating then.
No, I'm not
Oh, so
equivocating. No, what am I equivocating?
yeah, you're equivocating what it means to be a white supremacist system. Because then originally you said that if
No.
something has the
Stop.
predicate of white supremacy,
Okay,
that means that it's
now you're
always
being dishonest. Equivocation would mean that I'm using a separate definition and
okay.
no, I'm not. I'm telling you what I mean by a white supremacist system. Period, full stop.
No, when you said that X is a white supremacy system,
Mm-hmm.
and then you said Y was a white supremacist system, your definition of what it means to be a white supremacist system changed.
Well, hold on. What? First off, I've only given you one definition of a white supremacist
No,
system.
because originally you said when you say it's a white supremacist system, you're saying it's a predicate that's always true of it. So that means it's necessarily true, right? And I'm not convinced that just because
Hold
something
on.
perpetuates necessarily.
Maybe you're
It's a
confused with.
property.
Stop. Is this Leo? Yeah, maybe you're confused with what I'm asking you because the charge
It
was
sounds
not
like
that.
it.
Yeah, the charge had nothing to do with predicates. The charge had to do with I gave you two definitions. So what I'm looking for to satisfy my question is the two definitions I gave you.
So originally you said that a white supremacist system, if something has the predicate of white supremacy, that's what you said. When
That's
something
not a definition.
something
Hold
is
on.
a white
Stop.
supremacist system is to
Now I'm
say
going
that
to
it's
mute you. Saying that something has a predicate of white supremacy is not a definition. I'm going to ask you again, and I suspect you know what I'm
that is a
asking you.
definition. What are you
That's not
talking
a
about?
no. If anything, it would be a circular definition because saying a white supremacist system is something that
No, but
satisfies the predicate of white supremacy is
no,
elucidative.
that's not what I
Is
said.
elucidative of nothing. So
That's not what
now,
I said.
what the next things out of your the next
That's
words
not
out of
what
your
I
mouth.
said.
The
That's not
next
what I
words.
said.
Stop talking.
You're
The
literally
next.
strawmanning me right now. You're being very immature.
Shut the fuck up. The next words out of your mouth
I'm
are
telling
going
you
to
to shut
be
the fuck up. Why won't
because
you?
I'm just going to mute you. The next words out of your mouth are going to be the two definitions I gave you so that you can satisfy the charge of equivocation. Go.
I'm gonna take this really, really slow. So originally, when you said that something is a white supremacist system, you said this is just to say that it always has the predicate of white supremacy, which is a necessary claim because you're saying it's always the case.
That's not a definition. That would be a premise, and it's a premise that
Then
you
you
made.
change your definition.
That's not a, hold on. First off, that's a definition. That's not a premise. I mean, that's not a definition. That's a premise. And it's a premise that you made. I told you several times, this is not a modal argument. So try again.
What? You literally said it always has the predicate. Do you not remember saying that?
No, I said it's analytically true. You said it always has
Wait,
the
you think it's
predicate.
analytically true that something perpetuating white supremacy means it necessarily has the predicate of white supremacy? You think that's
No,
analytically true?
no, I think it's analytically true that a socioeconomic system that relies on racial hierarchy is a white supremacist
Yeah,
system.
and what do you mean when you say it's a white supremacist system?
That it is a socioeconomic system that relies on racial hierarchies.
Okay, does it necessarily rely on racial hierarchies or only sometimes?
When I tell you that something's
Oh, he
analytically
can't answer the
true,
question. He can't
I'm answering the question.
statistic.
Look, hold on. Right now, you're running away. I get that you're terrified. When I say something's analytically true, that means it is the definition of the thing. Period. Case closed.
Then you're just saying something trivial and useless. Wait, what?
No, I'm giving you the definition of a term. Hold on. Time out. If I say that a bachelor is defined as an unmarried man, do you think that I mean that when I say it's analytically true that a bachelor is an unmarried man, does it elucidate anything to give me some modal question after that?
No, because it's always going to hold true, of course.
Okay, great. So now let's do the exact same thing. When I say a white supremacist system, the definition is a socioeconomic system that relies on and perpetuates racial hierarchies.
If that's what you mean by a white supremacist system, a system that always does this, is that what you're saying? A white supremacist system is going to be a system that always perpetuates these things?
We're going to start again. When I
That
say
necessarily
a
implies these
bachelor,
things? Not going to be the case. I'll
when
accept
I say a bachelor is an unmarried man, and now I say it's analytically true that a bachelor is an unmarried man,
Is there any utility to asking a modal question after that?
Oh, 'cause it's obviously true.
Okay, no, not obviously true. I didn't say it's obviously true. I said it's analytically true. So
It's not an open question.
suddenly the academic language is out of your head.
Well,
Now we're
the
having a
reason why it's
semantic
because it's an
dispute, and the
open question.
semantic dispute is boring. When I say a white supremacist system, what I mean is a socioeconomic system that relies on and perpetuates racial hierarchies. That's the definition. So now it is for the purposes of my argument, right?
Be clear, when you say that capitalism is a white supremacist system, all you're saying is that it can perpetuate racism or whatever and white supremacy, or that it necessarily does. Or are you saying
No,
that it just can?
I'm not saying either of those things.
Wait, so you're silent on these things? So just to be clear, you're silent on whether capitalism entails white supremacy.
I'm not making any modal claims.
Wait, so just to be clear, you're not committed to saying that capitalism entails white supremacy.
I'm committed to saying that it is an analytic truth that a socioeconomic system that relies on and perpetuates racial hierarchies is a white supremacist system.
Wait, even if the system
Hold on, stop. That's a
what if the system does
definition.
it once in a possible world?
Stop. If you use modal language one more time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to declare victory.
What?
I'm going to say that you have conceded this
The
argument.
whole argument is regarding
I'm
entailment.
going to okay, fine. Hold on.
What?
Watch this. Watch this.
What are you doing?
A bachelor, hold on. Time out. A bachelor is an unmarried man. Do you have a problem with that expression?
No.
Okay, great. Gary is an unmarried man. Therefore, Gary is a bachelor. What is the problem with
There's
that
no
statement?
issue there. The issue is that you're
Okay,
not
great.
actually giving an
Great.
argument
So
for what I
now,
requested.
time out. Do you have a problem with my definition of a white supremacist
The
system?
issue is that Liv didn't give an argument for what I requested, and I repeated this several times. Maybe you're a little autistic, maybe you have some type of learning disability, but I've made this very, very clear. I'm not sure why you keep spurting out. So I'm going to ask the question again. Do you actually have an argument for why it's entailment?
Alina, I don't know how much more you want me to endure of this sophistry, but
This conversation
It's up to
is
you.
not even close.
okay, fine.
You're aware of that, right?
Okay.
You're getting
Now here's what we're looking for.
This is worse than the abortion dialogue.
Here's what we're looking for. We're looking for an issue with premise 2. We're looking for an issue with the form, or we're looking for some sort of fallacy that you can invoke here. That's all I care about.
I didn't ask for an argument for what you're saying then. I asked for an argument that capitalism entails white supremacy.
Time out.
I asked for an argument for the conditional statement. Stop saying time out and spurting the fuck out. You're going to destroy this conversation. Stop.
Is it an entailment of an unmarried man?
Chill out.
Is it an entailment of an unmarried man that they are a bachelor?
Obviously.
Why?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
Would it be true?
Okay. Is it an entailment of a socioeconomic system that relies on and perpetuates racial hierarchies? Is that an entailment that it is a white supremacist system, given the definition I've provided?
Oh, if you define it that way, sure, but that's obviously not what I mean when I say capitalism.
I don't care what you mean. You're not
giving. So then you're just making. Wait a minute.
Hold on. Time out. You think I care about your definition? What you mean when you say white supremacy?
I could just say communism entails white supremacy because by white supremacy I just mean, some type of like centrally, controlled means of production.
Okay, great.
You want to define things
Hold on.
like
Fine. Hold on.
Okay, you just embarrassed yourself. That was embarrassing.
Do you think that's semantically honest?
Yeah, I don't think you're being semantically honest at all right now.
Okay, great. Give me the issue that you have with me defining a white supremacist system the way that I have.
Because when you say something is a white supremacist system, you're saying that the predication holds true always.
Thank you. I don't know if you have any other ops, but I can only listen to his voice for so long. Literally.
Oh God! I wanted him to say,
an idiot.
I just wanted him to say gawk gawk gawk. I'm a meat rider for white supremacy.
W Ravi RAVI in the chat for the kick gift. You are my favorite.
Sheesh. while he was doing his dishonesty, I actually wrote a second order argument for premise two, but we'll never hear it now because Leo is, as my brother Solid would say, a wet pair of corduroys.
I love Solid. And I love your quoting Solid. It's perfect.
I'm gonna be 100% honest. I've been in here for like 15 minutes, and I have no idea whose side anyone is on because you guys just argued about semantics for the last 15 minutes.
Are you a liberal?
No.
Are you a lover of capitalism?
Depends on the day.
I don't know what that means. Are you a supporter of capitalism? Yes or no?
I don't believe in 100% one or the other. It's got good and it's got bad.
Do you think capitalism should be abolished?
No. Do I think it's perfect though? No.
Okay, great. Why are you a meat writer for white supremacy?
Also not that, but if we're gonna get labels, then that's cool.
If you just said you were a meat rider. That's what I heard. I don't know. I heard, hey, I'm a meat rider for white supremacy.
I mean, cool. If we want to call gay people like an insult, that's cool. I mean, it's whatever.
Hold on, time out. You think white supremacy is what?
What?
Wait, what?
See, we can just make things up too. That works both ways.
Wait a second. That's not. Wait a minute. That's not.
Oh wait,
See,
we
I
can't
heard
just
he
make
was a
things up
meat
anymore?
writer,
I thought
but
we were making
only
things
like
up.
the first 2 inches. Because
Well,
he
what's
said,
wrong?
sometimes he's into it, sometimes he's not.
Yeah, and what's wrong with like riding meat, anyways? You know,
I don't know. You guys are the one that's trying to use it as an insult.
that wasn't
me.
an insult. It's literally the question on the background. So, can you answer the question? Like, why are you a meat rider for white supremacy?
I couldn't answer that because I'm not, so I don't know.
And then why did you request?
Like I said, I've been in here for 15 minutes and I have no idea who's on anyone's side here.
It doesn't matter. Why
Just
did you
argued semantics
request?
the entire.
Why did you
I
request if
just
you
told
don't,
you.
if it doesn't apply to you?
Wait, so only requesters are meat writers? I guess is that how that works?
Well, the background is is a question, correct? Why would you request if you don't have an answer to that question?
Does the background say you're only taking opposition?
So you are a meat writer for white supremacy, so you are
So no, the
anti-capitalism.
background doesn't say. So no, the background doesn't say just opposite.
It's common
Got it.
sense. I'm sorry I didn't have to spell it out this time. I'll never make that mistake again. This first time I don't put ops only on the background, but you're obviously an op because you're not anti-capitalism. So can you just answer the question?
It doesn't have to say.
I have.
Asked the question and said it doesn't apply to you, then you don't answer it. But you answered it, therefore you think it applies to you. So
You're not muted, Parkers,
I know.
but you sound far away. It sounds like you're talking to someone else, not us.
Oh, well. Okay.
It sounded good though. It's a little bit that I heard.
I think it's just my hair blocking my mic, to be honest.
Oh shit, for real? Damn.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, as a bald man, I wish I had those problems.
It's okay, you have other problems to make up for it.
Oh, wait, I gotta go.
Do you think you have a better chance, Parkers, in getting a question, an answer to a question?
I don't think so. But the idea would be so like okay. There's the question. Libs, why are you me writers for YT supremacy? And you notice how I didn't come up and go, nuh-uh. It was mostly because I know it's not applying to me.
Yeah, I also didn't come up here and go, nuh-uh. I came up and go, I have no idea whose side anyone's on. because you guys argued semantics for the last 15 minutes.
Well, that's what happens when a Philbro comes up. So, did you come up just to complain about the Philbro? Because if so, you can just join the Discord.
No, I was just actually gonna just join in. I was gonna just kind of say, hey, you guys have been arguing about semantics for 15 minutes. I was kind of curious to what we were talking about, but I still don't really know.
So can you tell me why you're a meat writer for white supremacy? And oh my God,
Again,
beautiful.
told you, I'm not, so I don't know.
Okay, you can, but you love capitalism, and if you love capitalism,
I also said that I did not say I love capitalism either. So we're gonna put
you
arguments
said
in
you love
people's
it
mouths.
sometimes. So you only like it sometimes. What days? Is it Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday? Like, how does that work?
It was general expression.
I told you he just likes the
go
first 2
way deeper into
inches.
what it is.
The first two?
Again, if we're gonna use homosexuality as an insult, I mean, why even use it?
Nobody's talking about him. No one's talking about homosexuality. Everyone in this room can be a meat writer. It's like, what?
Yeah, that's why I asked you. Like, what's
That's
wrong
the
with
second
writing?
time he
I
said
know
that, and I don't understand
it's the whole
why.
part where you're implying it as an insult. I mean, it's kind of obvious, but
How are we implying it? I don't know who you are or what you like. I don't even know
What
your
is-
name.
Yeah, what?
okay. If I do I
You think
do
I
I
made
need
this
to like
background
know
just for you
someone's
or
name to
something? I
insult
don't
them?
understand. That's fucking weird.
Do I need to know someone's name to insult them?
Do you have a?
Well, you shouldn't.
Okay, what
If you're
part
trying,
of
if you're trying
meat
to say
writer
that the
offends
insult
you?
is based on like your sexuality, I would need to know your sexuality, and this background would have to be tailored to you for it to be an insult on your sexuality.
I mean,
These are
that's
not
claimed
Clay in the chat.
claimed why I'm here, and I've claimed why
What?
I'm here multiple times.
Clay in the chat said, calling a man a meat writer is exactly that, a homosexual insult. A, being gay isn't an insult. B, we don't know that that's a dude. He hasn't said anything about his pronouns or presentation or anything. Also,
And
C,
see, this background's not for him. This is for everybody.
Yeah.
Like,
like,
what the
what?
fuck is wrong with you
He's
guys?
just the one that answered it.
Hey,
If it makes you feel better,
so
I
quick
love
question,
writing meat. I just don't do it for white supremacy.
hey, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, please go ahead.
If we rewound time like 100 years and a man approached me and said, hey, I've been having sex with Schitler. And I go, hey, why are you meat writing Schitler? Do you think it's a commentary on him being gay? Or do you think it's a commentary on his choice of mate?
I mean, it's kind of both, isn't it?
No, absolutely not. Because if I changed the person to a woman and they said, hey, I've been having sex with Schitler, I would ask the same fucking question.
Yeah, and you're still asking like, why are they having sex
So now
with that
it is,
person?
hold on. So now
Why
is it
that
a
person?
commentary on her heterosexuality?
I mean, yeah, sex is involved.
Hold on. You think it's a critique on her heterosexuality if I say, why are you meat writing Schitler?
I mean, you're adding it to the question when it
Hey,
doesn't
hey,
relate
Jeff.
to what you're
Jeff.
looking for. So yes,
Yeah,
unless you're
Jeff.
looking for it, then
Jeff, remember when people are so determined to make a point and they're dying on the weirdest hills?
Absolutely.
That's what's happening.
So now I have a separate question. What is your purpose here? What do you want?
I've stated it twice already, actually.
I wasn't listening because you're boring. So now I'm going to turn on my listening ears. And why don't you tell me what the purpose is?
I'm glad you're here because we have the same problem. I said I was in here for 15 minutes, and I kind of just wanted to come in to let you guys know you guys were arguing semantics for that whole time.
Okay, so do you think I was unaware that there was a semantic dispute?
Oh, well, I mean, you kept going with it, so I was just
okay.
no idea what side you were on.
Is there some
Here to mansplain.
Is there some qualitative critique you have on semantic disputes?
No, I was just letting you know it was going on for a while.
Okay.
It's boring.
I've been breathing all day. Do you want to tell me that I've been breathing all day?
I mean, if you need me to, I can.
Okay, like, do you think you're giving me some information? Like, what are you here for?
I mean, you're here for discussion, are you not? And when the discussion revolves
So
around
you want to, hold on,
semantics and
time
not
out, really quickly. So you're here for a discussion?
Well, I'm here to listen to one. That's why I'm up here to let you know you really
You can actually listen to a discussion from the chat. You know that, right?
Well, I know, but it wasn't.
Okay, so now I've been discussing.
I was listening to semantics.
Now I've had a meta discussion with you for about 5 minutes, and it's boring. So
should we go into
I'm actually letting you know that we've been having a meta discussion about nothing for 5 minutes. It's like you want to audition for a Larry David show or something. Now, what I'd like you to do, here's what I'd like for you. Hold on. Here's what I'd like for you to do. You have two options. You can engage with the background because that's really why you should be requesting, or
The second option is you can look around the room, find the first door that has the word exit printed above it, and leave.
Keyword there, should.
No, I didn't say should. I said these are your two options. I said
Oh, yeah, you said I
one or two.
should engage with the background. That doesn't imply that I
I said
have to.
your option. Your two options are engage with
Yeah.
the background or leave.
Which you said I should, but not have
No.
to.
I haven't said the word should. I said you have two options: engage with the background or
Are we
leave.
about to enter another meta argument about should?
Yes,
That's
thank we are,
fucking
because this is how easy it
ridiculous.
is to get him going on this. It's hilarious.
That's cool.
Oh, I just
So
want the
I'm
chat
gonna-
to know. Every time I mute, I screech like a pterodactyl because we went from a Philbro to somebody who came up to loudly declare his correctile dysfunction, and I can't. The next op needs to get the fuck together. Like, oh,
So hold on, I just want to see the response here, because somebody who's a chubby chaser asked me, "What do I run the mile in?" And I cleverly responded, "A car."
that was clever. Aww. He tried to look at my profile and realized he's already been blocked, which I don't know you. Which that must mean that I heard you do a racism or something real nasty on another live, because then I was like, you know who I don't ever want in my space or business or within 30 feet of me? Yo bitch ass. Sorry. Not enough to leave an impression, but definitely enough to block your ass.
Caleb, they already paid to kick you, so you can't come out. You can try again tomorrow.
But I was waiting for a response to Jeff too.
How'd you know? I'm an L host for that. I'm an L host for standing by my word.
Alina, how dare you have boundaries? I don't think Caleb knows what literally means.
No. Y'all, we've been on for 3 hours. And we still have 80 left in our goal. Do you want the
Abramski,
kittens to starve?
exactly. Why are you so worried and concerned about me blocking you? Like, it doesn't affect you other than you can't just intercede in my space. You seem to have an issue with being told no, friend.
It was kind of wild having that dude talk about like how he had all those restaurants and all that stuff, and his family came from nothing and all that. The restaurant industry, one of the most exploitive industries. That's crazy. And all those sisters and being an abolitionist is crazy.
That shit was wild.
I bet you that they don't. I bet you that they don't have the same mindset as him. He just wants them to. Because if I was his sister, I wouldn't tell him that I was pro-choice either, because he would probably be up my butt. Guess who?
Oh,
She tried to die. Rude.
What win?
In the beginning, remember?
Oh, that doesn't count. She was
It
just a little
does.
sleepy.
The
A little quieter.
the next stage after sleep is death.
Okay. Alina.
Well, it's time for me to clock out. Thanks for helping me kill the last hour of here at my gig. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Come through
Absolutely.
anytime.
Absolutely.
Love you
Jeff,
too.
you already know what it is. I'm gonna go eat some I think I should go Italian today. How y'all feel about Italian?
Yeah, that's what I did.
Cool. I might do that. Y'all have a good. Hey, I might be back later if y'all get some good ops. I love this background too. And if you see this in my background, mind your business. Mind your business.
It's okay. You can appropriate it.
Yes.
Communism W.
Mm.
Thank you, Joy, for the Cash App. Thank you so much. I'll update it now. Joy says, I love all the kitties. Thank you, Kelly. Kelly too. Oh my gosh. I was joking, y'all. They're not gonna starve, but like whatever. Um aw. Kelly says, subbed yesterday, really loving your live. Thank you. Thank you so much, Purple Kitty Kelly. I love that name. I'll update the total in a second. They're not gonna
I like
starve,
purple
but
kitty.
sometimes we need a little encouragement. I would literally not eat over letting any of my animals starve. Just know that. But
Same.
the more help I get, the more other animals I can help. We do have a lot of a rescue does help a lot of colony feeders because since we have warm weather all year round, we have a ton of stray cats, and we are entering kitten season, which is why I have seven. 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 I do like my strategy of just like putting a wee pad down and a plate of food and just let them go ham. And then I just clean them up after. Oh yeah, so you guys in the Discord, you can let them know that the Phil Bros are gone.
My wings have arrived.
Enjoy.
Enjoy your wings.
I may be back, but
Okay.
it's going to be delicious.
It's been Phil Bro all day.
Yeah, I also me. I'm sorry, everybody, that I was dabbling in the full bro fuckery.
You were having fun.
Well, usually it's like usually just Jeff and I that can talk about those things, and you know it's cool to apply it sometimes against ops and not people that are smart.
Ooh,
But I'll see y'all
thank you so
later.
much.
Have a good
Bye,
night.
Jeff. Thank you so much, Paige, for the Cash App. I just got it as well.
That thing was so monotone and boring.
You need to move your hair, Parkers.
I'm sorry.
Parker's like you. What a mane you have to block the sound. It literally sounds like you're on speakerphone, like a room away, right, Kara? Like, oh, speaking of sound, we need to figure out the best option. Maybe Tech Cat is here. The best headphone option for Kiara that is not inside the ear because she doesn't like that. So it could be on top of the ear, right, Kiara, or over ear.
Over here. I feel like I have them already, but they don't just like I don't know if I just don't understand how I would use them during debates. Wouldn't that affect my speech? Like whenever I have headphones on,
What do you mean?
you know, when you like I don't know if I listen to music or if I listen to anything over my headphones. Like I feel like my voice and my language changes.
Sometimes that happens to me with like noise canceling ones, but you can take off the noise canceling part.
Okay, I'll just show you which ones I have.
You can also just try it tomorrow and see. It's just that we can get do they have like a microphone on them? Because it'll also help
No,
oh they don't?
no.
Okay. I wonder if you'll be able to use them or will it like cut off the sound? you want to do a plug, Sarah?
Sure.
I tied up my hair.
So we've been going live recently in the morning. Alina and I are hosting a morning show, and we're doing that on my account because I know that there's a lot of people that just need that early thing, like they just want to listen to me yelling at bigots like at 8 a.m. I don't think that there's anything better. So if you want to check it out, I mean, depending on the milkworm, of course, we try to aim for 8 to 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. And we're doing currently the topic MAGA is antisocial and MAHA is for grifters, or is a grift. So yeah, that's the idea.
We didn't get any Maha today,
Yeah, I
which
feel
I'm
like those
surprised about.
undercover.
I'm ready for you to talk about Red 40.
Oof, I'm so ready. I'm so ready.
Mm. Can we talk about the fact that this cat still has his eyes closed? He's not opening them. He's not interested. He is not interested in seeing what the world has in store for him.
He's heard the truth of the horrors of the world, and he's like, no, thank
He
you.
says, I am one of the bigger ones of the litter. I get my milk regardless. I'm going to keep my eyes closed. First one to open their eyes, the woman, the female cat. She's also the one that almost unalived. So, talk about society. Can you guys stop suckling each other? That's weird. I love when they have the half eyes open up. So cute. I always like to look down and say, "What's up, buddy? It's me, the person that's been wiping your butt." I like to think they know me. More ops. So, shall we do a restart? Or are we done? Done so.
We can do a restart. It's still early. And they do know you. They're used to your smell, they're used to your voice. They know you.
I breed cats? Absolutely not. All my fosters are like just like accidental pregnancies, probably from the streets. Here's a boop for you. Boop, boop. All right, make sure you guys are following. We're gonna hit a restart. No squirreling. Come right back.
influence over you and just kind of say like, hey, I know it's rough out here, but we gonna be all right.
Yeah.
And it's right when you needed to hear it. It
Yeah.
was one of those moments. Like, I ain't gonna lie, I was on the phone with her crying.
Oh,
And it's gonna be okay. Everything, it ain't gonna be great.
it's very cancer coded.
Yeah. Yeah, it ain't gonna be perfect. And I'm gonna have some scars, but I'm gonna make it through by hook or crook. Hold on.
Hello.
Hi, Gina.
Hi, Ren. Hi, Alina.
Okay.
I wanted to come up and meet you, Alina, now that it's quiet and there's nobody in the box.
Okay. Well, we're looking for debates. Are you here to debate?
No, I just want to meet you. I just wanted to say that I'm also Cuban.
Oh, okay.
I said
Cool.
hi to you the other day through Erica.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Are
She said,
you, where are you, you don't have to tell me where you live, but like, what
I
state are
live
you?
in I live in Colorado, but I used to
Uh,
live in Miami. And
why'd you leave?
well, because I had cancer and the doctor
Oh,
suggested that I leave the congestion and the craziness of Miami. So my
are you,
daughter lived here in Colorado Springs and I came to visit her and I fell in love with the mountains.
are you happier over there?
Yes, I am.
I would love to leave.
Yeah, it's gotten worse. I've been here in Colorado since 2010. But
Hmm.
I go to Miami to visit and a week later I feel like I got to leave because
Yeah,
it's too much.
agreed.
So
Agreed.
I was born in Cuba and I left when I was 13
Hmm.
and I went back to visit when I was 47 years later.
Oh, wow.
And
Was it,
things,
did you go back to visit during Obama's presidency?
yes,
Yeah.
yes, I did. Um, and nothing has changed. It's the same as when I left.
Yeah.
Everything looks the same. It's like it was frozen in time.
Yeah.
There's a lot of need over there. People need a lot.
Yeah. I wish that they would lift the embargoes already.
Yeah. Well, not now. He put them on the list of tea.
Yeah, because of Rubio.
Yeah.
Um, I just wish that this country would understand that sanctions and embargoes only hurt the people, doesn't do
Yes.
anything for
They
anyone
have
else.
no electricity they have 4 days a week that they don't have electricity. Only 3 days a week they get to have electricity for 6 hours. And the rest of the time is darkness.
Do you still have family over there?
I have one brother, but he comes, his daughters live here in the United States and they got them the green card and they
Oh,
go
okay.
and they can go and stay here for a couple of months and then they go back to for a couple of months and like that.
So do you have an opportunity to come here permanently or no?
No, they don't want to because they're older and they got their home and their jobs and their retirement and
Yeah.
it's an adjustment to come to the United States, especially to Miami.
Yeah.
But anyway, I just wanted to come up and say hi to you and I see you with your kitties.
Yeah. Well, it
I
was so
love
nice
kitties.
meeting you. I would love for us to like talk more about Cuba and stuff because I was born here, but my family left Cuba in I think 61.
Yeah, I,
I think it
I
is.
left in 69.
Hmm.
Yeah.
But I would love to. Do you host your own lives by chance?
No, no,
You should.
I
You
just
should host
watch you
lives about
guys.
Cuba. I would
Well,
love to hear more.
if TikTok continues, maybe.
Yeah, if
But
it does.
if it does,
Well,
maybe I'll do it.
it was so nice to meet you. I would love to talk more about it, and
Nice to meet you
I would
too.
love to get out of Florida. So maybe I'll let you
Come
know
and
if I ever
visit.
do.
Yeah, come and visit. It's beautiful here.
I bet. Honestly, anywhere is nicer than here, truly.
We don't have mosquitoes or humidity.
Oh, that sounds like a dream. I'm not gonna lie. The humidity is rough for
No
sure.
humidity. It's dry air. Um, high. Always the sun is always out. Not too much raining. Lots of some snow in the
I love snow
winter.
though. I don't mind snow.
Yeah, we get some snow, but not a whole lot. I
Oh,
live close to the mountains, so in the valley. So it's really
for
nice.
anyone that's asking, she's in Colorado. She moved from Florida to Colorado.
Yeah, from Miami to Colorado.
Mhm.
I love Miami. Some
Yeah.
just to go and visit my family and get some Cuban
Yeah.
food and listen to some music, have some fruit, and then
Yeah.
leave.
That's what I
Bailar
hope.
un
Yeah,
poquito de de
that's what I
salsa.
hope to I hope to do that some days.
Yeah. Well, you gotta plan it.
I know.
You should
It's gonna
move.
be hard now.
You should move to Chicago.
Well, I would love it, but I don't know if my husband can have. I know. Love it, but
In Florida, don't come north. We go down from north, we go down south. But from south to north, not a lot of people do it.
Yeah, I get
You
it.
have to plan it.
I get it. But I moved south because of the weather, and I left because I couldn't deal with the I couldn't deal with the way of life.
Yeah, that's why I left Miami. I used to live in Tennessee, and then from Tennessee I went to Miami. But I really can't deal with the whole vibe of Miami. I love the culture, but and the beat of the city, but I just can't stand the traffic and just the whole congestion of the whole of it, and the
yeah.
expense because it's expensive to live down there.
But I've heard Colorado's expensive too.
It is sort of for some things. Housing has gone up quite a bit, but because people from California, because of the fires, moved to Colorado.
Mm,
They've had so many fires, and they moved to Colorado. So the housing it's and then they have medical, the green
yeah.
grass, the medical one was the first one to have it was here in Colorado, and people from all over the country moved here because of that.
Hmm.
So it's got a lot of people now.
Welcome
Well,
back,
yeah,
Nicholas.
I was gonna say, well, Miss Gina, it was really lovely talking to you. And
Lovely talking to you
It was
too.
nice to meet you.
I watch Erica and you all every time. I go from one to the other.
okay.
Oh,
And then I go
Well,
watch Santana and
oh yeah.
Dan and Isaiah.
I love that.
I circulate around you guys. You are
I
my
love that.
companions at night.
Oh, I
well,
love that.
You're my companion till midnight, and then I go to sleep.
I
well,
love that so
Take
much.
care.
you have a lovely day. Okay.
Thanks for talking to me.
You
No
have a good
problem.
one, Gina. Nice
Bye
to meet
bye.
you. Um, wait, Nicholas, you're in Miami.
How long is your layover? Nicholas. Oh, Nicholas.
Y'all gotta miss your flight. Hit the streets. Okay. Anyone know what time it is?
6:30, 6:28 Central, so 7:38 Eastern.
No. Does anyone know what time it is?
Oh, no. Is it kitten time?
No, we just have kitten time.
Mal time? Nap time? Rice and pickles time? Which one? Is it slushy time? Oh, it's nap time.
It's heated blanket time.
And here go Mal, ready for the nap.
Do you think he's gonna do this forever?
Maybe.
He's so good.
He is the best biscuit maker.
Why do they? Does anyone know why they do this as an adult?
I think it's just habit from being kittens. Because don't they normally do it to stimulate milk from their moms when they're
Yeah.
kids? So it's probably just something that they're
Well, Kristen, he doesn't just do it on me. He'll do it on anyone that has this blanket. It's just this blanket. Like he'll do it on other blankets, but this is his favorite.
yeah.
Tibbs does it? That's interesting because you would think that he would be anti biscuits because oh, that is a healthy coping mechanism. Like why would Tibbs have a healthy coping mechanism? Oh, blissful, that's hilarious. That's 4 years old. I raised her for 3 weeks since. So maybe it's like you bottle feed them.
Probably
Says a
just,
white person. What are you talking about? What does anything I have to say about cats?
I think they're talking about your background.
Am I missing something, Ren? Are white people not allowed to call in other white people about white supremacy?
You absolutely should.
Like, who's supposed to be talking to libs about white supremacy?
Why should that be the labor
What?
of Black people and other marginalized groups?
It's like a weird take. Who
No,
cares? You obviously care.
I mean,
You obviously care because you're here commenting.
if you create, look, your folks created it. You and your folks should be the ones talking about it.
Andrea says it's y'all's thing. I mean, yeah, it is.
Y'all are weird. Astro, no one cares.
Astro's literally been here this entire time.
Has he come up in the box?
No.
Then just shut up, Astro. Like, you just, obviously, you don't love him enough to come defend him. So, whatever.
Am I allowed to say what Erica's nickname for me is?
I don't care. But I don't know how the rest of the people in the world would say. I find it amusing.
Or we'll see. So I'm Erica's she says Erica's favorite white. Erica says I'm her favorite white. So then I call myself her first white, like, you know, first mate, like first white.
Yep.
It's my I'm first in line when a white is needed.
Yep.
Our group chat is so
Un-
silly.
it's
So insane.
unhinged. It is absolutely unhinged because you just never know what might be said.
Talking.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's it. You're her. I have a white friend. I
Mhm.
can't be racist. I have a white friend.
You know, you guys should say that more. Like, how could I be racist? There's a white co-host on here. There's a white woman right there.
That is definitely the case.
I can't wait for you guys to go live.
I I was actually I was like maybe I just won't go live, and then when I got that call and I'll talk to that lady, it just kind of it forced me to reframe some of my
Mhm.
it didn't change my concerns, but it did force me to reframe my reaction to them. So
Yeah, I think that's like I think that in some ways that's what people mean to say, like when they are trying to like talk about like thinking positive and all that stuff, but the way that they explain it, it just seems very dismissive. But like
mhm,
the way that I like have like utilized like the like positive thinking kind of thing more so than manifesting, like because to me that's something different. Like you
mhm,
can manifest all kinds of stuff, doesn't necessarily have to be a positive thing. But I suffered from a lot of anxiety, and you know, anxiety is truly about just like the obsession and the just nonstop thinking about like what could happen, the bad things that could happen, like what's potential, you know, it's just like nonstop.
mhm,
Um, and I spend so much time thinking about that kind of thing. So like, um, someone once had told me that like, um, your uh, your thoughts become your, how do they say it? Your thoughts become your feelings. Like your thoughts become your emotions become
act
your actions become like your
reality.
reality or future or whatever, some kind of stuff. And like,
Mhm,
um, something like that kind of changed my mind on a lot of things. And it doesn't like, it's not a permanent change. It's like you have to constantly remind yourself. And like another thing that someone once told me, a coworker, was like, because people were always letting me down, and I always felt like people never showed up for me like I showed up for them.
mhm,
Because I'm like balls to the wall, like
mhm.
kind of person, you know? Uh,
That's that cancer nature, dude.
yeah.
Mhm.
And so, a close friend of mine that was a coworker of mine, he said, he's like, that's why you shouldn't expect anything from anyone. You should have zero expectations. And I was like, well, what do you mean? He's like, if you have zero expectations, you'll never be disappointed. So even though like I still succumb to it, I try really hard to just not expect, oh, so like to not expect anything. Like I just try not to expect anything from anyone. Like that's why like you
That's
guys see me on here, and when like donations come through and all that stuff, I'm like I'm truly genuinely like surprised, because I literally have like I've done and gone through so much that I don't expect anything from anyone. Like I don't expect people to be nice to me. I don't expect people to like show up for me, because I'm just not
see,
like
I have a different relationship with that, right? Because I expect when I put good things out into the world, I expect to get good things back. However,
Mm.
I do not expect it back from the people I've provided it to at all in any shape, form, or fashion. Um,
Mm-hmm.
because I think one of the biggest mistakes that I see, and I'm saying this in my non-expert opinion, y'all, I ain't went to school for none of this. This is just experience. When I do things for people, if I'm like, look, first of all, I don't do anything expecting to get anything in return at all.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do it if I don't fucking want to. That's it, that's all. And
Mm.
when you enter into everything with that, I'm only going to do what I want to do, then it completely changes your relationship with being there for people. And then I know that if I genuinely believe, I believe that I genuinely believe that if it's not okay, you're not at the end, right? And the problem is that people's definition of okay, they get really rigid in their definition of that. Well, it's only okay if I'm making, six figures.
Mm-hmm.
Okay might mean just having enough money to pay your rent and have food on the table.
Yeah.
That could be okay.
I think for me, like I understand what you're saying, but I've never like I don't mean it like transactional where it's like I'm doing this because I expect someone to do this. Like it's more so like I flood into people and then like the one time I like have a flat tire, I ask people for help, like they're not there. Like no one's there for me.
Yeah, and on
So
that
like I
note,
just don't ask for help.
Astro, you just got muted for the rest of this live because that comment, I didn't like it. So
I didn't
you
even see it.
good. You can come back another time. Cause yeah, it is. I just really feel like you you get people around you. Um, I've learned to also be appreciative of the people that are dropped into my life
Mhm.
more than the. Actually, I don't really place much value in things. Like I don't. Things are
Mhm.
very blah. I mean, I want to make enough money because I want my material needs met.
Yeah,
But other than that, I can give a shit about money. Like I don't care. I just want to be able to pay my bills. I want to be able to eat.
same.
I want to be able to order food when I want to. But other than those things, and maybe go on a vacation every once in a while. But other than that, I'm okay staying in my house. I pay to live here. So I should want to be here, in my opinion.
Yeah,
So, but I do get it. It is when you pour into people and then they don't give anything back, it's it makes you sad. So
yeah.
when you change that mindset, I could see how that would be beneficial.
Mhm. So now I just pour into cats.
That's fair. That's fair. And
Kittens all day.
Side note, I did put our relationship to the test today. Um, I asked my husband to surprise me with a chocolate choice because I truly couldn't tell like what I was
Oh, I
craving.
thought you
And
meant our relationship. I was like, I missed it, that I failed.
no, no. But Mr. Chair actually has outdone himself. He got me this. And that just shows me
we got you some Ferrero Rocher.
chocolate. Yes, like I mean, I honestly didn't know that those existed, and the fact that this is so good, that's exactly what I want. Beautiful. 10 out of 10.
don't like those because I don't like hazelnuts.
Oh, that's my favorite nut. I love hazelnuts. I love Nutella, Hanuta, all those good things.
Oof. Yeah, but did he get you your sour worms?
Yeah, he did. He did get me those yesterday without asking. Like he went to the store and then he came back with the sour worms, and I was like, "Okay, I'll marry you again. No problem. How many babies you want?"
You better quit
The same
playing.
thing, Trista.
Yeah.
Like, those were fancy chocolates.
I was gonna say, Kiara, you gonna quit playing? You gonna be having step children. Ain't nothing wrong with it if look, if it make you happy. If you like it, I love it. But what kind of gummy worms? Like the bright crawler ones?
Yeah, yes. Those trolley ones.
Walgreens has a version of those, but it's like a red package and it's only like the fruit punch flavored ones.
Oh my god! And
Yes.
Can
it's
we get some W Kimberly's in the chat? Thank you so much, Kimberly. Kimberly just cleared out the rest of the goal. Thank you.
Yeah.
Not me pouring my heart out.
I'm really starting to realize
Thank you so much, Kimberly.
um first W's Kimberly. Second, people appreciate they're still Trolley. They're the same brand, exact same brand. Trolley, I don't know how you pronounce it, but it's them. So it's like a red package called I can't hold on, let me go look at my Instacart cart. Hold on.
I gotta go check that out. What makes me sad is Now Relators used to make a sour version that came in a bag, but they don't anymore. Love candy, y'all. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. Like Ren's voice is so soothing. It does put me to sleep. Maybe that's actually how I end up taking a nap at this time. Because this is when Ren gets off of work. She really does calm me down.
Trolley, sour bright crawlers, fruit punch.
And it's only Walgreens?
I don't know if anybody else has them. I know Walgreens has them. I don't know if
Hmm.
anybody else does.
Ren, read the dictionary to us.
I don't have a dictionary.
All right, read our group chat.
Fuck no, bro.
It's not that bad. People are gonna think it's crazy.
Ow.
But no, maybe don't read it. Maybe don't read it.
Yeah.
Only because of there's Gus.
Yeah. I'm not gonna read that. Okay, hold on. I get some. Give me a second.
They're ready to go sleep, y'all. We're gonna take a little nap ski. What actually, you know what? What if Ren did that? What if that was some content that you made, literally just reading to us?
It's not the worst idea I've ever heard. Okay, hold on.
Like, talk about all the I would literally put that shit on repeat to go to bed at night. Watch hours, right up. It could just be things you're interested in, like stuff that you want to read for yourself. Like, you just read it to
Okay.
us.
I'm gonna read. Hold on. I'm gonna read something. Am I the asshole for deciding to postpone the wedding over a comment my fiance made about my scar. I, female, have a visible scar on the side of my neck. It's been there for over 6 years, and no one has ever commented on it or made any negative remarks about it. However, my fiance would make comments about my scar and make it seem as flirting, like for instance, complaining he has kissed every part of my body except my neck because of the scar, and how the scar looked like a kid messed up such a great art, referring to my look, etc., etc. I told him I didn't appreciate it, even if he was using the scar to be flirty with me, but he insisted he loves me anyway. Our wedding is approaching, and I've been busy with the wedding planning. And days ago, my fiance and I and in-laws were talking about the wedding and was talking about how we're going to finally be married. He laughed and said, "I'm marrying you minus the scar." I was stunned when he said that, especially in front of his family. I was so upset I got up and walked out of the room. We had a big fight, and he kept saying I was being a drama queen and that he said nothing wrong. He doubled down when I said I'd consider postponing the wedding because of his comment, and he called me crazy. His mom said that I'm obviously traumatized by my scar to let it ruin my marriage with her son, and suggested therapy. She told me that the scar was the issue, not her son, who loves as I am and chose me to be his wife. I don't know. I really feel horrible right now. I don't know if I said the right thing about postponing the wedding and whether I'm overreacting in this situation. My girlfriends have previously said that my fiance shouldn't even be bringing up the scar like that. Am I the asshole? All right. One's in the chat if you think that she is the asshole. Two in the chat if you do not think that she is the asshole. All right. We have a consensus that the OP is not the asshole. Let's see what else. I would absolutely call off that wedding. Because if he knows that it bothers you and he still continues to do it, obviously he's a piece of shit. All right. Next. Am I the asshole for defending my right to skip a birthday party for my dad's almost stepkid and for insulting his affair partner? Last year, my mom and I, a teen female, found out dad was having an affair with a new coworker of his. She was a single mom, and when the affair came to light, she approached mom and me and said her ex was a deadbeat and dad was good to her son. And she wanted us to be respectful and accept the changes with grace because a little boy's chance to grow up with a father figure was on the line. Mom and I told her where to go, and mom warned her she wasn't welcomed at our house. Because I was still 17 when my parents separated, custody was a thing, and a judge said I needed to spend every other weekend with my dad until my 18th birthday. Dad wanted more time, but I wanted none, and the judge went in the middle. I hated it, but once I was 18, it was over. My parents' divorce finalized a few weeks after my birthday, and so we were free of dad forever. When I spent weekends at my dad's house, his affair partner tried to befriend me, and she tried to make me play sister with her kid. I was rude to her and made it clear she was not my friend and I wasn't going to be nice. She tried her whole BS speech again about her son and I told her I didn't care about him, that he was not my problem and not my responsibility. But I couldn't be a dick to a kid, so when he was around me, I was nice to him, and he got attached. I didn't. Honestly, I hated when he'd seek me out, but he was a kid, so I dealt with that nicely. Dad told me he didn't want his affair to change our relationship, and he said he wanted me to stay his little girl. I made it clear his actions had changed things, and our relationship wasn't going to be the same ever. I said there wasn't going to be one as soon as I could stop seeing him. He fought against what I said and wanted therapy with me, but I refused to go. To me, cheating is disgusting. Had my dad just left mom when he was unhappy, that's fine. I wouldn't have been mad. Divorces happen. I know cheating does too, but cheating is so disrespectful and disgusting, and to expect me to play family with that woman, never. So my anger isn't just at this affair partner, it's at him too. It always will be. Anyway, sorry I wanted to say that. I got an invite to the kid's birthday party. I'm guessing he's about 5. I'm not totally sure, but I knew I wasn't going, so I ignored it. My dad complained to my grandparents about my no showing and upsetting the kid. They wanted to know why I didn't show, and they said I should have come and let him see I wasn't abandoning him. I told them he wasn't mine to abandon, and I'm not going to stay in his life. They told me he's a kid. I said he's a kid who isn't my problem. They wanted me to feel bad, and I made sure they knew I didn't feel bad and knew I didn't have to. They disagreed. Then the affair partner showed up while I was walking home from work to talk about my no showing, and she wanted me to know her son missed me. I told her to leave me alone, but she kept talking, and she was saying so much crap about her son's feelings. I told her to leave me alone, and she was one of the last people I wanted to hear from. But she still didn't let it go. So I told her the last person I wanted to hear from was a dirty, disgusting homewrecker like her who sleeps with married men. Well, damn. I told her she is repulsive in my eyes. And like I told her months before, she was never going to be my friend. I think my choice of words startled the fight out of her, and I got away from her fast and made it home. My grandparents heard about what I said and texted me about that and the party and said that they didn't like who I was becoming. I replied that I didn't like who their son became either, so maybe take a look at that. They kept texting me all this crazy anger, and I blocked them for a while. But I guess I know I could have kept walking and stuff. So am I the asshole for the party and what I said to the affair partner? 1, if you think that the OP is the asshole. 2, if you do not think that they are the asshole. All right. The consensus is not the asshole. I absolutely agree that OP is not the asshole. And if the father genuinely wanted to build a relationship, he has to understand that the original relationship is gone. And he's going to have to build a brand new relationship with his child, which means he's going to have to give her the room to adjust to how he behaved. Just to how he behaved. He don't have to like it, but he needs to give her the room to decide the relationship that she wants to have with him. He doesn't get to dictate it. He made that choice he wants to have with him. He doesn't get to dictate it. And then the affair partner decides to come to the wife and the child talking about, oh, that is a complete lack of boundaries. All right. I think Alina is asleep. So there's that. I guess I'll read one more. Eventually, I'm gonna have to go so I can go get myself together for my live stream. Okay, here goes one. This one's kind of fun. Oh, here comes Mutang. Hi, Mutang. Hi.
Thank you.
How you doing?
I'm doing. Or is Lena like wanting to end the live at some point soon, or do I need to do my wake up in like 20 minutes?
I would give her like 20 minutes, and then if she hasn't woke up to end the live, you could probably wake her up.
Okay. Well, I'm hanging out with my niece playing a game, so I'll just mute until it's been about 20 minutes and wake her up.
Okay, I'm gonna read one more story. All right, we're gonna do one that's probably a bit more fun, but a little bit weird. Am I the asshole? My sister, 30, female, and I, 26, female, have usually been pretty close. But during my pregnancy, she has been pushing boundaries over the name of my child. My sister gave birth to her son George a few months ago. It was during the time our pregnancies overlapped that she became obsessed with this idea that if I had a girl, I should name her Charlotte. And then we'd have a George and a Charlotte. She's obsessed with all things Bridgerton and a Charlotte. She's obsessed with all things Bridgerton names I liked in the past. Before either of us were pregnant, I had expressed that a little girl we met had a cute name, Meadow. And she was like, OMG, no. And that's not the kind of name we should ever consider for our future kids. Another time, after our cousin had a baby and she named him Dex, I said how much I loved it. Afterward, my sister was asking me why I'd lie, and I told her I didn't, and I really loved the name. Even with stuff like that happening, occasionally, she didn't fixate on it. But now, totally different. At the very start, she told me I should choose a vintage name for a baby, like Ethel, Evelyn, or Arthur or Theodore. I told her I wasn't looking for name ideas and wouldn't discuss them with anyone but my husband. Then, when she had decided on George for her son, she told me I needed to name my baby Charlotte if she's a girl. She wants me to use Edmund for a boy because of another Bridgerton character. I told her we weren't discussing names. But she kept bringing it up. And then she asked me what I was going to name my baby. And I said it wasn't something we were talking about until after baby is here and we're ready to announce. In reality, we're between two girls' names right now, with Lyra slightly winning right now. I know my sister won't like the name, and I'm not telling her in advance so she can double down even harder on the idea of Charlotte. But all this interference from my sister is pissing me off. I have changed the subject, walked away, and hung up on her, and it still doesn't stop her. So the other day, when she brought it up again, I told her to stop, that I don't want to repeat myself anymore. But if she won't shut up about the name Charlotte or what she wants me to name my child, then we'll need some time apart, and I won't answer any calls or go anywhere she is. I told her I mean it, that she's pushing too much when this baby is not hers. She told me I was overreacting and it would be petty to stop talking to her over baby names. I told her it's not about the names themselves, but the way she keeps trying to tell me what to name my child. I told her I didn't do this to her. Her response was I was acting like a kid instead of an adult. Am I the asshole? 1 for yes, they're the asshole. 2 for no, they are not the asshole. All right. We have came to the consensus that the OP is not the asshole. My view is they are not the asshole because she specifically asked, hey, this ain't a conversation I want to have with you. And she kept pushing. She should be very glad that she didn't say, hey, look here, bitch, and hang up on her. So there's that. All right. Y'all want one more? I'm looking for one too. I'm looking for a messy one. Okay. Oh, this one seems a little bit wild, but I don't know. I need something messy. I need something messy, but not depressing. Okay, let's try this one. Am I the asshole for refusing to be around my fiance's sister, even after we get married? Now, keep in mind, y'all, I'm not reading these in advance. I'm just going by the title. So I don't know how messy it is. Am I the asshole for refusing to be around my fiance's sister, even after we get married? I, 40 male, have been with my fiance, 35 male, for 5 years, and we're getting married soon. The issue? I don't want his sister at our wedding. Oh, okay. I don't want his sister. Yeah, I did it. Hold on, let me start over. I, 40 male, have been with my fiance, 35 male, for 5 years, and we're getting married soon. The issue? I don't want his sister at our wedding. But after a long discussion, I agreed to take the high road and let her come. Now, my fiance expects me to participate in family events with her after we're married, and I just can't do it. For context, his sister has been openly rude to me since we first met. Some examples. The very first time we met, she made passive take the high road and let her come. At a family Christmas party, she suddenly accused me out of nowhere of hitting on her boyfriend. She started crying and screaming while the rest of the family laughed it off. I was completely blindsided. Her best friend had a birthday party and invited everyone in the family, except me. Keep in mind, I had spent holidays with this group, including the best friend. My fiance's sister personally told him that he was invited, but not me, saying, don't hate me, I'm just the messenger. She's generally an unpleasant person, the type who would berate a server over a minor mistake and not think twice about it. I try to surround myself with positivity, and she is the complete opposite. My fiance knows this and even agreed at one point that I didn't have to be around her. But now that we're getting married, he's suddenly pushing for me to forgive and forget and fully participate family events where she'll be present. I told him I can tolerate her at the wedding, but I won't actively engage with her beyond that. He insists that I need to get and fully participate in family events where she'll be present. Background. Any advice? One, if you think that the person is the asshole. Two, if you think they are not the asshole. I definitely empathize with the spouse to be, but there was a boundary set and he is going back on that boundary, and that's not okay. So, yeah. Hey,
Why is it so quiet?
I'm still reading.
It was so quiet. I don't know. I woke up to silence. It was so quiet.
Oh, I had stopped talking for a second. You want to go? Go ahead and take your nap.
I was snapping.
Yeah, they were in the middle of voting.
Oh, okay. What did you decide?
They decided that
I thought my live got banned, honestly.
yeah, no. They decided that the person was not the asshole. Okay, let me see. All right. Now I'm gonna read this last one. Like for real, y'all. This got to be my last one because I got to get myself together for this live.
Okay.
All right. Now this is gonna be from the Just Know Mother-in-Law subreddit. So it's gonna be about mother-in-laws from hell. I'm gonna choose this one. This one is long, so we'll give it to you. The title is just Mother-in-Law. Long post. Mother-in-law is a master manipulator. She moved to another state a few years ago, and ever since her move, the alliance between my husband and I has deteriorated when it comes to her antics. It's like her moving away made all of the boundaries we had with her when she did live here disappear. Surprise popovers, blatantly disobeying our safety rules with our daughter when she was little, like keep your dog that bit our kid away from her, etc. We sought marriage counseling for help and have been in regular sessions for the past 2 years to repair and be more of a team when she visits rather than fight the whole time. All of mother-in-law's visits goes thus. Most plans while she is here are communicated in advance, and if her arrival is during a stressful time, like my mom's surgery and my aunt visiting from out of state, we are all just expected to roll with her dates and plans as they come up. No working around school breaks. These are the dates. Don't care if it's a bad time. Naturally, she comes when my mom has a major joint replacement, and my aunt is. I don't like this one because this person can't write. Well, I'm not going to say they can't write, but I can tell they're emotional as they're writing. So I'm going to find something else. Give me a second, y'all. Oh, here's one. Am I overreacting? Mother-in-law wants to watch my daughter. I posted in here several times about my mother-in-law. I've had several issues of boundary crossing with her and my 2-year-old daughter and her husband, my husband's stepfather, is super creepy and left an inappropriate comment on a Facebook picture of my daughter that caused me to block him from my social media and determined that my daughter will never be left alone with him. Jesus fucking Christ. I decided mother-in-law will never be left alone with my daughter either after she put her in the bed with her as she put her in the bed with her as a newborn when she watched her overnight, even after I told her how I practiced safe sleep and was terrified of SIDS. Anyway, they live 5.5 hours away from us, and they're coming to visit this weekend. We usually see them every 2 to 3 months, so not super often. Mother-in-law called my husband yesterday and asked if they can get to our house Thursday night instead of Friday and watch my daughter on Friday instead of sending her to daycare. Mother-in-law knows I won't leave my daughter alone with them and always asks things like this when she knows I'll be at work and she'd have my daughter to herself. This isn't the first time she's asked, but it's the first time in a while. My husband told her that he'd have to talk to me about it because he knew I'd say no. He told me that he was going to call her back and tell her no, but tell her that she needed to talk to me in the future since I was the one that had a problem with it and he didn't want to get in the middle of it. Oh, fuck me. I told him it was quite literally his job to get in the middle of it because it was his mother, not mine. I told my mom about this and she said I should just let them watch her since they don't get to see her much. I feel bad because I know my mother-in-law does love my daughter, but I truly do not trust her or her husband to be alone with my daughter, and I will never compromise my daughter's safety to spare feelings. Also, my daughter doesn't really know them well since we only see them a handful of times throughout the year, and I think she'd be upset if I left her with them all day. Not to mention the fact that they don't know the first thing about taking care of her and have done several unsafe things with her that I've had to put a stop to, even when I was sitting in the room with them. Am I overreacting? I don't want to hinder mother-in-law's bonding time with my daughter, but I don't see why she can only bond if she's alone with her. It just feels off to me. So put 1 if you think that she is overreacting. 2 if you think that she is not overreacting. Okay. So, I absolutely agree with you guys. She is not overreacting. And to be totally honest, she need to read her husband the Riot Act. Like, he should be everything but a child of God right now. Because the reality of the situation is the fact that he is trying to throw it off on her instead of standing up and saying, we made this choice. This is the choice that we made, and that this is not okay, and you cannot stay alone with her. Instead of saying, well, she said you can't. So that's some shitty husband behavior. Some SHB shitty. Yeah, let's get L husband in the chats. L husband. Okay. All right. Somebody said AL ex-husband. Yeah, it would not be unfair. Like, you should defend your wife and your child. At this point, the thing people need to understand when you marry somebody, you guys become the immediate family, and your parents and siblings and all of them, they become the extended family. So, all right, Alina, I gotta go get myself together. But if y'all enjoyed this, I can do this. If you enjoyed this, put a 1 in the chat so I can count how many people actually enjoyed this. All right. Parkers, how you gonna vote multiple times? Like what? Oh man. Somebody said, okay. All right, y'all. I'm gonna see how I can make that happen. Okay. I'm gonna try to get me a microphone too, so I can stop holding my phone like this. So, all right, Alina. There you go. You about to end the live? All right, everybody say goodbye. She'll be back in her position as first white and everything with